Springtime is good time to do anything. This weekend, the shop is butt. Oh, yeah. You do what?
Você vai chegar na Carife? Well, it's not really technically a tune and what I understand from this it doesn't really develop into a tune, but it kills it. It starts shutting down. It is.
Waiting in the wings, huh? Are you standing?
No, I have to have a little chair. I can't touch the ground in the booth.
I can't either, but I like to swing my legs.
You just need to grow up.
Good luck with that.
If you would please stand with us as we say the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, we thank you for this day we can come together, Lord, to do the county's business. We pray that you'll be with us, give us peace, give us understanding, and help us to make the decisions that are in the best interest of Walton County. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 It's your job to remind me.
You're 100%.
I said, no, last week I'm
That's right.
Well, we'll go ahead and open the meeting, and a couple things real quick. If you would, if you haven't already, please silence your phones where we don't get interrupted too many times as we go along. Another thing, we're going to set a 9 o'clock time certain close to the meeting. If we're not done at 9 o'clock, we'll reschedule and come back to finish it another day. Okay? Everybody have a chance to review the minutes?
Yep.
Move for approval.
Second.
Yeah. We have who moved?
Somebody did. I'll move. That's fine.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
You second?
Sure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Announcements, Mac?
Sir, we do have 2 requests for continuation on our agenda. If you'd like to handle those now, we could, or we can handle them as they come in order.
Let's go ahead and take care of them.
This would be item number 7 under quasi-judicial.
They want to table this or continue it?
Ask about this one.
I'm sorry, not. Item number 10, Gulf Place, lots 19 and 20. We have a request to table this particular item.
Okay, we have a motion.
Did we handle 7?
That was a mistake. It's not number 7, it's number 10.
It's number
It's not
one.
7.
Not number 7.
Not number 7, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's right, too late.
Motion to table the 10.
Sorry, that was this morning's agenda.
Are we gonna bring it back to the next meeting?
No, sir.
No,
This will be
table.
re-advertised if it comes back.
A motion by Tom, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. What's the next one?
And the next request would be item number 12, the Hinton Road petition for abandonment. We have a request to continue that one to May 14th.
Make the motion to continue.
We have a motion. We have
Second.
a second. We have a second.
I have a question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Is this the first time this has been continued or the second?
I think this is the first time.
Okay.
Any other questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Anything else?
That's all our announcements, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We can move on. Mark, do you have anything?
No, sir.
Yeah, you do.
I do.
Item number 11, I've got some more correspondence on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, my brain's going to, yeah, we'll do that when we get the quasi-judicials.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with legislative items.
We've got 5 legislative items tonight, Mr. Chairman. The first of which is the Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone Comprehensive Plan Ordinance. I'll introduce Brian Underwood to introduce the item.
Mr. Chairman, I need to evidently recuse myself because I own property and stand to gain by.
I understand. We'll
And not only do I not get to vote according to our legal counsel, but I also cannot speak.
That's correct.
So county commissioners can speak, but planning commissioners who get paid so highly do not get to speak. So I can't speak on behalf of what a great ordinance this is. So,
Thank you very much. Recognizing that. Go ahead.
You can't speak on what? What a great, what?
He
what
didn't
a
say
great
anything.
proposed ordinance this is.
What a great ordinance it is? Is that, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Brian Underwood, Planning and Development Services. The proposed comprehensive plan amendment is in an effort to remove a section that requires preservation of 75% of the portion of the lot within the 300-foot protection zone. That language is proposed to be stricken to enable a property owner to seek a variance through the Zoning Board of Adjustment. As currently included in the comprehensive plan, there is no variance allowance if your lot is subject to this language. There is the staff report that's provided is not totally accurate. It references in here that the language was targeting only those lots of record created prior to January 5 of 1993. That was correct in a previous draft of the language. We are now working to make this draft language applicable to all lots that are within the Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone.
How is it advertised?
It was advertised, the legal notice is, Karen ran the public notice. I think it did not get into which lots were subject to the language. It specifically referenced amendments to the comprehensive plan sections and the land development code sections.
Have you got the advertisement?
It's essentially the type block sets on the agenda.
Okay.
It did not get into the specific.
Mike, where's your microphone?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And again, the intent to strike this language from the comprehensive plan is just to enable affected property owners to seek a variance. And this policy C-1.4.1, number 8 in the comprehensive plan is what is being sought to revise. The stricken language is proposed for deletion in the draft that you have.
Okay. Who proposed this? Where was this originated at?
This has come through direction, I believe, from the county commission, and we've had some internal discussions with the environmental department and with different staff from Planning and Development Services. There has been a public workshop as well on this draft language.
Did they have more than one workshop? Was it two?
It's been discussed at the Board of Commissioners hearing, I believe, in January. Then there's been a subsequent just workshop for the language.
Okay. So it's public, discussed publicly twice.
Yes, sir. We've received various bits of correspondence, emails, et cetera, and those should be included. If we've received any written correspondence, it should have been included in your documentation that you have.
By taking this language out of the comp plan, then the LDC can be changed anytime anybody can change the LDC. They can just go to planning and it can continuously be changed. Am I correct?
As may be approved by the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So it never has to go, the comprehensive plan is just gone.
No, ma'am.
It's out of the comprehensive plan altogether. The words that are struck in paragraph 8.
Oops, sorry, Maggie.
Does it release any and all protection?
All this does not change the standard. All this does is move the percentage of the lot that can be developed, which is presently 25%. It removes that portion from the comp plan. It remains in the land development code to allow someone who has a true hardship to go to the Board of Adjustments and apply for a variance to the percentage of developable area within their lot. This particular item does not change the standard. It merely moves it from comp plan, or a portion of it from comp plan to land development code. We'll get into what the standard will be in the next item.
But anybody can go for an amendment. Is that
It would
correct?
be the right of anyone so situated to apply for a variance. Yes, that is due process.
So each person can apply for a different variance? There's
Yes,
not a
it would be
set-
based on their specific hardship.
So there's not a set standard? Okay. So, and Mac, I've got a couple of other questions.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
there's a variance, and we've had lots of cases where we go, whoops, it said you couldn't have an unattached garage apartment, but they've got one, and they didn't get a variance. And believe me, I understand about all that. They didn't get a variance, so therefore, well, we didn't catch it. We didn't see it. What happens then if it's not in this comprehensive plan? When people just go out and do something and you don't know it until it's after the fact?
Well, whether it's in the comp plan or land development code or not, if they do something in conflict with that, it becomes a code violation, subject to code enforcement.
Okay.
Does it give us any more power if it's in the comp plan or land development code from an enforcement standpoint? I don't think it does.
Well, hang on a second. We can't actually use code to enforce provisions of the comp plan, so
That's right.
it actually does help us a little bit.
It does help for it to be in the comp plan.
No.
It means it can't be changed if it's in the comp plan. Yes, ma'am, that's true.
Code enforcement proceedings were not used to enforce, can't be used to enforce comprehensive plan violations, only the LDC.
Land Development Code.
That's
So it helps to have it in the land development.
Because those
For
provisions in the comp plan are supposed to be also mirrored in the land development code.
right. That's correct.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I've got some more, but I'll ask them
Okay.
later.
Tim, do you have anything else?
No, sir, thank you.
Anybody else have questions of staff?
Here's some more letters, and I just wanted to pass them out. Copy. Just received.
This person will run on behalf of his brother.
Okay, anybody else have questions for staff?
I don't.
No? Thank you, sir. Take public comments. Mr. David Milam?
No comment.
Okay. Lee Moore? Marcia Anderson? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Marcia Anderson.
Okay.
I am an active member with the Coastal Dune Lake Advisory Board for the county. I also have a handout for y'all. It's letters that we've sent to the county commissioners from Coastal Dune Lake Advisory Board.
Okay. It will become part of the public record, just so you know.
That's fine.
Is it dated February the 26th?
March 20th.
March 26th.
One of them is from February, or two of them are from February 26th, and then the third one is a more recent one on March 26th.
We have the one from February 26th.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I am here to represent the Coastal Dune Lake Advisory Board, which is a board that was established in 2002 by the county to help advise the county on elements and issues with the Coastal Dune Lakes. And we have met on this issue and have addressed to the county commissioners that we believe, as you'll see in the letters of February 23rd, that we think that it is a good issue or a good idea to separate out of this issue 4.02.4b, which is a nonconformity issue. At the workshop, we heard lots of homeowners, real estate agents, and other people speak to the fact that their homes are non-compliant and they're not in conformity with the county rules and regulations. There's an issue with them.
Excuse me. Let her.
Okay. I mean, we're not addressing that yet.
Yeah.
Well, I can speak about it now or later. It's like both
Well,
issues.
let's take it in the order we're handling these things, because it'll.
Okay, so
it'll
we're going to stick to the ordinance and the
Yes.
land development code. Well, like in the next, in the land development code, the changing of the percentage, that's what we're discussing now. No, we're not even discussing that yet?
We're not doing the land development code, we're doing the
Well, I heard you
We're doing
comprehensive
the
plan.
comp
That's
plan.
why I thought this was part of it.
We're doing a comp plan.
Just the comp plan?
Yeah.
So you want me to wait till the next?
That'd probably be best, yeah.
Okay. I heard him mention the percentage and all that, so I thought
Yeah.
it was all just kind of part of it.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. Mary Nielsen. Jackie Markle.
The handout will cover both, short people. The handout will cover both issues. I did not separate them on my handout. So, but for this issue, removing the percentage from the comp plan. The current percentage was based on a 1996 agreement between Walton County and the DEP. And the reason it was put in the comp plan was for safekeeping. It was for the protection, specifically of the protections of the coastal dune lakes, so that it could not be altered. And since that's the part we're talking about right now, I think it's a really slippery slope to allow every coastal dune lake lot owner, and I live on a coastal dune lake, to have open up to the variance process. I just think, you know, we just had the premiere of the Coastal Dune Lake film last year. Last year, the Florida State Senate passed a resolution recognizing the coastal dune lakes as unique, important to the economy, whereas the recognition of the coastal dune lakes by the legislature will strengthen existing policies in the Walton County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. That's just one little section. You can read it on the second page of the letter there. You can read more about that resolution that the state saw fit to pass last year, recognizing the rarity of these lakes within the whole state, the ecology of the lakes as well as the economy. And I just think taking it out of that protection, you know, we're making a big mistake. We're making a huge mistake there. Currently, 9 out of the 15 coastal dune lakes have been evaluated as impaired by the EPA, which will eventually mean that Walton County will be required to remediate those lakes. And remember, 4 of the 15 are entirely within the state parks, which means, and those are the ones that are not impaired, they're not subject to impairment because of development. So the other lakes that have been subject to development have been impaired. When it comes time for Walton County to pay the piper on these and remediate these lakes, it's going to be Walton County taxpayers that are picking up that tab. So I think that we need to think about this really, really carefully and what is motivating this big change. And I'll talk about the rest of the stuff in the next section. Thank you.
Pat Blackshear.
Pat Blackshear, 103 Gulf Point Road, San Luis Beach, Florida, representing a Redfish Lane subdivision. And most of my comments are on the LDC portion, but I did have 2 suggestions for the comprehensive plan language. Okay. And that is that, because it ties into my comment specifically on the LDC, but I asked that you consider adding a provision to the land development code, the comprehensive plan language, that would support an active acquisition program for vacant parcels or parcels that could be purchased within these dune lake watersheds, specifically the outfalls. And along with that you work toward developing an educational program for waterfront homeowners.
Okay. Thank you. Bonnie McQuiston? Okay. Beverly Kraska? Garner Chandler? Richard Bryan?
Richard Bryan, B-R-Y-A-N.
Thank you.
I am on the coastal dune lake. I have a parcel of property there. I understand that I am a steward of the portion that I'm on, that I have a responsibility. I'm also a qualified stormwater management inspector. And I want to tell you that if you have impaired lakes at the present time, and you go and you make a change where it's easier for nutrients to make their way into the lake, then what you're doing really is dooming these lakes to being stormwater ponds. Why am I so concerned about it? Because I can see what happened in Bay County. They had any number of coastal dune lakes along 98 in Bay County. And what are they now? They're clogged up, algae, growth that goes out to the middle of the lake. they're no longer a natural thing. So if we're going to protect nature and we're going to claim that we're doing that, and we're going to say that the coastal dune lakes are our jewels, then we better not be changing things. And I guess on this issue, I'm a conservative, because I don't believe in change in this way. I would also like to mention that I don't think that enough homework has been done to assess what the possibility of this change might bring. And there is time to make decisions. You might have to tweak a little bit on those that may have their home destroyed and need to build back. You know, there may be something else that you need to do in that area. But from the standpoint of the standard, it is very important that you hold to it and not make an economic decision without knowing what the result would be. Nature can repair so much, but if you pile it on, nature doesn't have a chance to repair. And with my association with the Florida Lake Management Society has shown me, I've been to their symposiums, I read their literature online. It shows me that the expense of letting something happen, I call it water quality abuse, if you let that happen, the expense is tremendous. You're passing on tremendous cost to the taxpayers of the future, and maybe not that far in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Odom? Okay. That's all that we have signed up. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this issue? Yes, ma'am?
Susan Palladini.
Can you spell your last name for?
Palladini. I'm sorry, I thought I signed up. I must have signed the wrong sheet. I'm the manager of the Coffeen Nature Preserve, owned by the Coffeen Land Trust. We are the very proud owners of Lake Fuller. We actually own the lake.
Can you pull the microphone down? We're having a hard time hearing you. There you go.
Lake Fuller connects by a slough of marsh to Morris in Topsail Hill Preserve State Park, which is one of the most pristine lakes. We definitely do not want to see these standards changed, and there may be an issue with some small lots. At the workshop, staff were asked how many lots are involved. It's never been answered. You don't know. How many lots are we talking about? We've got no visuals. How can you make decisions without knowing these facts? So, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything, any input?
Close the public hearing.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
Yeah, I've got comment. I mean, I don't see a problem with removing the language in here because it basically gives us home rule, has taken it away from a comprehensive plan standpoint where you have to petition the state each time. This allows us to keep our own house in a lot quicker and a lot more timely and effective way to respond to problems rather than putting minutia inside the comprehensive plan. And I think this is always a good move for home rule to remove minutia from the comprehensive plan. So I'm a proponent of this comp plan change.
Do you think it's better to handle it in the land development code and
Yes.
make decisions on a local level?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other commissioners have anything? Staff, you have anything else to add? Nope.
Can I ask why we don't know how many lots it involves?
Sure.
Why don't we know how many lots are involved? Why have they been asking that and we don't know?
Actually, we do know by lake. It's on each one of these maps, and I can tell you exactly how many lots there are by
Okay,
lake.
could you tell me?
Yes, ma'am.
That'd be great.
Lake Powell, 217 lots. Lake Powell, 217 lots. Stallworth Lake, 113. Lake Allen, 133. Oyster Lake, 288.
Oyster Lake was how many?
288. Eastern Lake, 310. Deer Lake has 0. It's inside the state park. Camp Creek Lake, 215. Fuller Lake, 35. Morris Lake, 0. Campbell Lake, 0. Alligator Lake, 48. Little Redfish Lake, 39. Big Redfish Lake, 298. And the Draper Lake numbers may not be correct because they look just like the Big Redfish Lake numbers.
Western Lake?
Draper Lakes looks like Big Redfish.
Yeah, I mean, it's showing
48.
298 in the count. That just, I question that just because it's the exact same number.
These are lots that are
But
actually affected.
these are lots within the Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone as presently defined, which includes the tributary lots. Now, this excludes any publicly owned parcel where development is not available.
This is a number of very small lake, very small lots.
Those are the total number of lots.
No. What they've been saying is they don't know the number. They
Oh.
haven't been told the number of small lots
And I have that
that
number.
it would affect.
I have that number also.
Oh, good.
By lake. And again, our Draper Lake and Redfish Lake numbers appear the same on my list, so I'm questioning one or the other, and we'll confirm which one that is. But we're showing 179 lots that are less than 5,000, less than 1/8 of an acre. 179 lots there. The Big Redfish Lake number is also 179. I'm not sure that the two of those are completely accurate. Little Redfish Lake, 3 lots. Alligator Lake, 1 lot.
Wait a minute, I can't write that fast.
Fuller Lake,
Little Redfish is how many?
Little Redfish is 3. Alligator is 1. Fuller Lake, 0. Morris Lake, 0. Campbell Lake, 0. Deer Lake, 0. Camp Creek Lake, 45. Eastern Lake, 100. Stallworth Lake, 1. Lake Allen, 17. Oyster Lake, 58. And Lake Powell, 45.
You neglected Western Lake on both those listed. Any reason why?
I've probably got 2 Eastern Lakes, but we've got Western Lake on the wall.
Thank you, man.
The numbers for Western Lake are 614 lots total, 81 lots that are at 1/8 acre or smaller.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a second. We have a motion, and we have a second. Motion by David, second by Sally. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. On to item number 2.
My conflict still exists for this too.
Item number 2 the Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone Amendment to the Walton County Land Development Code, and I'll let Brian introduce this item also.
Am I supposed to reference the number? No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Brian Underwood, Planning and Development Services. Again, the staff report states that the proposed changes only apply to lots existing prior to January 5 of 1993. That's not correct. The proposed language changes are intended to apply to all of the Coastal Dune Lake properties, which is within the 300-foot limit of the mean or ordinary high water line of the lake and its tributaries. I can go through the draft language. Yes, sir.
Just wanted to ask, would there be an exception to those lots that are platted and recorded platted lots that have to adhere, and those do supersede?
Thank you. Yes, sir. If there is protective language that is identified on recorded plats, then that language supersedes these provisions, because there may be cases where the language on the plat is more restrictive.
Or less, but...
Or less. And I believe we have documented that within the text. That's one of the exceptions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I can go through the changes line by line if you would like, or I can answer any specific questions.
Why don't you highlight the changes?
I'm sorry, and I do want to point out the additions are underlined. The proposed deletions have strike through within the draft text.
I think you should at least go through and highlight what the changes are.
Okay. The changes on page 2 are there's nothing really fundamentally changing. It's just to add some clarification in that purpose and intent section. Just kind of tightened up that language. At the top of page 3, section 4.02.02, again, this is just to add some definition and some guidance in interpreting the section of the Land Development Code. We have a fundamental change that's on line 21 through 23 of page 3. Parentheses B, we've actually added a definition of tributaries, because before we did not have a clear definition of tributaries, so that has been added. The paragraph C on page 3, lines 25 through 28, that was added because that is exact language in the comprehensive plan. So we've copied the language from the comprehensive plan and pasted it into the Land Development Code section.
Okay.
On page 4...
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
At 402, well, it was 40203, it's now B.
Correct.
Your addition of language for purposes there doesn't limit it by gallons per day flow or any spot marked on the stream. And when it says in words like other natural water course, I mean, in my opinion, and I don't know how everybody else feels, though, it seems like it could be extrapolated all the way back to a wetland.
The rationale for that, it's in talking with Scott Caraway from Environmental Department. The U.S. Geological Survey topo quads were used as the base map. Essentially, if a solid blue line is shown leading into one of these lakes.
Don't you think we ought to reference that then? I mean, in the LDC specifically. Because otherwise you just get into an argument with lawyers eventually.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Scott Caraway, Walton County Public Works. We use the USGS quad maps as our planning tool. It shows a solid blue line that extends from each lake, and that basically shows the headwaters of where the water courses feed into those water bodies. That is a generalization. That's the best planning tool that we have to generate those maps.
How often do they update that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure of that answer.
And you guys feel fairly comfortable in environmental that that's a good,
Well, that's the best
point of reference?
That's the best tool that we have to generate these maps as a planning tool. To actually identify what is a tributary on the ground would actually involve a surveyor or a mapper to go out there and delineate that this is a actual flowing water course that is indeed a tributary. The definition that we proposed here come out of DEP's rules, and when it references other natural water course, that is not intended to be a wetland. A wetland is not a water course. It is just a area of submerged land at certain times.
It hinges all on the word flows.
Right, exactly.
And that's why I asked in my initial question, why if you had a gallons per day metering system of something that, standard that we could hang a hat on.
We didn't have a standard. We didn't have a standard that we could go by that we felt comfortable with. The best definition that we felt comfortable with was the one here that DEP uses. We felt certain that if DEP has it in their rules, then I'm sure their lawyers have vetted that definition.
This language mirrors that? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Back to page 4, lines 24 through 29. This section is just to provide some additional clarification of the interpretation of the changes. Down on line 36 on page 4, what we stricken didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, so I've added that phrase, coastal dune lake. At the top of page 5, we've made the change to reference the correct citation within the comprehensive plan. That previous policy number is no longer in the comprehensive plan. And now on lines 6 through 15, we're getting into the real substantial part of the changes that are proposed. We are proposing to change the preservation number from 75% to 50% of the land area within the 300-foot coastal dune lake protection zone, and to allow a vegetative clearing within 50% of the area within the 300-foot coastal dune lake protection zone. And I would add that the percentages now include the entire section of the coastal dune lake protection zone that is within the 100-foot zone, from the ordinary high water line all the way to the uphill end of the lot. It can be the gross square footage within the lot in its entirety can be used to determine that prorated 50%.
And just for clarity, under no conditions does this affect the 100-foot buffer?
That's correct. It is to stand as a totally undeveloped area except for a walkway of limited size.
And there's some limited clearing by hand that's allowed?
I don't believe so. The clearing allowances are for a walkway down to the lake itself.
Okay. Thank you.
We've added on page 6 inclusion of the allowance for parking pads. And then all of the, well, let me back up. Section C, lines 11 through 13 on page 6, that section was added to provide consistency with the comprehensive plan. That language is existing now in the comprehensive plan. We've just proposed adding it to this section of the Land Development Code.
Let me ask a question, if I might, Mr. Chairman. Brian, we're on a big thing on lot numbers here, and one of my questions of myself was this, since this is potentially, when you do a taking like this, a potential Burt Harris action, is this just language? Are there any situations in reality where this currently may come to fold, and the county's going to be on the hook?
I have had a discussion at least once with a potential prospective buyer, or it may have been an owner of a lot existing within this outfall zone, yes, and I did.
Eastern Lake?
I don't recall, but I have spoken to at least one party and told them about these prohibitions in that zone.
Okay, I just wanted
Yes,
to know
sir.
that's something you guys have considered.
Here in section 4.0.04, 4.02.04, these are the exceptions to the development restrictions. And as Mr. Kramer pointed out earlier, we do defer to recorded subdivision plats if there is protection zone language that was shown on a recorded plat. That's a legally binding document, so we have to defer to that. Paragraph B is regarding legal nonconformities, and this language would allow a owner of a destroyed home to reconstruct within the footprint of the previously existing foundation following the destruction. And currently, we don't allow rebuilding of a legal nonconformity. So that paragraph has been proposed. And again, variances discussed in paragraph C. This would allow an affected property owner who is experiencing an undue hardship to petition to the Zoning Board of Adjustment to seek a variance to this language.
Brian.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is a standard that's above and beyond our current variance language in the Land Development Code. This particular type of variance would require concurring vote of 5 members of the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Yeah, that's my
I guess
question.
a super
Is that
majority.
legal?
We have some that are for it, yes.
It's like a supermajority, basically, has to.
Right, right. And then paragraph D, this is speaking to extremely small lots. They per this language could be developed with a total impervious surface. Excuse me, impervious surface area of 1,500 square feet, without being required to get a variance.
Does that include driveways and stuff?
I believe that currently we interpret driveways as counting toward impervious surface, because even a gravel driveway will compact eventually, and that's the guidance we've been given.
Really?
So it's not just house footprint?
It's not just house footprints, it's any hardscape or pools.
That's really small.
Very small.
Seems like the word impervious, driveways that are gravel aren't impervious, they're semi-pervious.
I would agree, but at least in terms of the current policy, we count that area as development. I think in the context of this ordinance, we focus on developed area, meaning the vegetation has been removed.
Well, if that's our intent, my suggestion would be, because this is the LDC, would be to change that to total developed semi-pervious and/or impervious surface area.
Okay.
I mean, otherwise, you could shoot yourself in the foot and just cost the county for lawyers fighting over what's pervious and what's semi-pervious.
Thank
So
you.
now's the time,
Thank you.
now's the chance to clean it up, let's do it.
It clarifies it.
Wouldn't hurt a thing,
Yes, sir.
put that kind of language in there.
If that's our intent, to make it more restrictive.
Yeah, it makes it more
Let's
restrictive.
call it that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Then,
Thank you.
yes, sir. On page 7, the paragraph in section 4.02.05, this section is just intended to provide clarity for the subsequent text. There's no real changes. It just gives some guidance. Then the only other changes are down on page 15, where we've referenced the changes from 75% to 50% and from 25% to 50%.
I had one question. It was on page 14, lines 17 and 18 regarding septic tanks. I don't know if that's in conflict with the 100-foot buffer, but it seems to be to me. It says septic tank drain fields must be located at least 75 feet from the ordinary mean high water line.
That is a shorter distance, which would not be consistent.
That's correct.
We should change that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's my point.
That applies to the bay shoreline protection, not the coastal dune lake protection zone. The language you're referencing right there, if you
only on the bay shore?
Yeah, if you look to the previous page, there's a header there, and those are the requirements for the bay shoreline protection zone.
Noted.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry to bring it to your
It's okay, thank you.
Erroneously.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Anybody have any other questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Okay, we'll go ahead and open the public portion. Mr. David Milam.
David Milam, 95 Albatross Court. I'm here on behalf of Parker Hicks, who owns a piece of property in Grayton Beach. I also happen to own a Dune Lake lot over on Big Redfish Lake. Owned it for about 2 years. And essentially, I'm here to speak in favor of the changes that have been proposed. And I won't speak very long. I know we've been going on a long time, but at the end of the day, it's our position that the 75% requirement is an arbitrary and unreasonable restriction on how much you can build on your lot. I understand. I mean, when my wife and I bought our lot on Big Redfish Lake, one of the primary reason was that it was on the lake. We liked being there. We certainly understand that there are controls that have to be put into effect in terms of maintaining what we have here in Walton County. We get that, and that's part of the hard job that you guys have to do, is to balance those two interests between development and protecting the environment and our resources. We get that, but it's our position that the 75% open space criterion does not meet that balance. Just to illustrate the point with regards to what this does do for lots on the coastal dune lakes, in preparation throughout this process, and I appreciate all the input from the planning department. They've got a tough job too, and is that we tried to determine how much this impacts the 25% rule, that I'll call it, impacts the value of in my particular situation, the Hicks's lot down in Grayton Beach. We got a professional appraiser out of Panama City to come over and do an appraisal for us. And it's a good read, but essentially the determination was made that if you apply the 25% rule as opposed to the 50% rule that's being proposed today, it reduces the value by 45%. So it is a substantial reduction in value when you apply that 25% rule. So obviously that is a monetary consideration. There's no question about that. We want to try to, in his case, get something on the lot that's marketable and that meets with his expectations. And certainly that has a lot to do with what you go around when you drive around the coastal dune lakes now and you see what's there, and how many of those houses are within the 25% rule. So again, we understand there's differences of opinion, and I think that's healthy, and I think the debate is healthy. But at the end of the day, we support the changes that were made. We'd be glad for the least restrictions possible. I'm sure that folks here would prefer more, but that's the process, and I'm here to speak in favor of the changes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Hicks know when he bought his lot what the restrictions were? And he bought it anyway?
I don't believe so. No, ma'am.
He didn't know. He just bought a lot thinking he could build whatever he wanted to on it.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, and that's it. And frankly, I have I represent Mr. Hicks directly, but I have a lot of other folks that are in the same boat. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that when you go around and you look at the existing lots,
Is your lot a small lot, the one you own?
Mine is a third of an acre.
So it doesn't really affect you? You're not considered a small lot?
Well, I mean...
I think it does affect you.
I think it does, sure.
And you're an attorney,
Right.
and you bought a lot knowing what the restrictions were.
Correct.
And now you don't like the restrictions because you can't build a big enough house. Somehow, I just have a problem with, I'm a dumb blonde decorator, but before I buy a piece of property, I usually know what I'm buying, and you're an attorney. So I'm sure you read what you were buying before you bought it.
Sure.
And it just seems very unusual to me that an attorney is representing somebody and bought a lot, and now wants it all changed. I mean, everybody in the county would like to change all of the restrictions that have to do with their property, but...
Yes, ma'am.
You have a question for him, Suzanne?
I think the basic answer to that question is that's part of the legislative process. And, the legislation is subject to change, and that's part of the process. And so that's why we have boards, that's why we have county commissioners, and that's why people vote. And so certainly you go in and you try to learn as much as you can about what you're doing, but at the end of the day, that's what we're here for.
Mr. Milam?
Yes.
Okay.
Would your opinion be, given the evidence you have as far as appraisal, I don't know if it's on one lot or both of those lots,
One.
that extrapolate that out for however many lots there are that are just the small lots, or even all the lots that are affected by this, wouldn't it be a safe assumption to say that, given that there's a 45% increase, that this would be a good bit of extra or potentially extra ad valorem taxes to the county?
I think it would, and actually my understanding is, and I cannot speak for the property appraiser's office, but my understanding is that these lots have been taxed not taking this 25% rule into account. And so actually, from where I see it is that the property appraiser is going to, if this continues, then the property appraiser has to look at it and decrease the value of these lots accordingly.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So there's no increase, it's only a decrease.
Decrease.
In tax revenue.
So even though your lot becomes worth more, we don't get more property tax. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am. I think my understanding is that my lot has been, over the years, my lot has been appraised as if I could build within the standard setbacks.
Okay, that
Yes,
was
ma'am.
my question.
Is that because the rule, although it started in 93, 96, they weren't enforcing it?
I can't speak for the department or how that process has played out, but my understanding in talking to folks is that there's been an inconsistent enforcement in terms of some properties. I know on my street, I certainly know that even some of the newer houses are over the 25% clearing space. And then also what was considered, going back to the brief that I'll be drafting later on pervious versus semi-pervious, is that the driveways, walkways, things like that may or may not have been taken into account. So that has led to the uncertainty of what people thought they bought.
Understandable. Thank you.
The tax appraiser took that into account.
I'm sorry?
Apparently the tax appraiser took that into account.
That's my understanding, but I cannot speak for him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia Anderson.
Again, Marcia Anderson, Coastal Dune Lake Advisory Board. Hearing all this, I still go back to the point, as the Coastal Dune Lake Advisory Board, we have recommended to the county commissioners that they pull apart the nonconformity part of this issue and address it now, because we realize that homeowners have an issue because of their insurance, their coverage, the refinancing issues, and there are a lot of current issues. When we did have the workshop, a lot of the people who spoke were current homeowners, and there were issues with the nonconformity rule now. So we would agree that that issue should be pulled out and addressed immediately because there is a concern with the public. But now, addressing the other issues about the setback change and the 25% changing to 50%. Now, we have questioned, where has this 50% come from? It's going to be just 50% for all the lots. There's no small lot considered, large lot considered, anything like that. Ms. Harris's question about these people who are buying property around the coastal dune lakes, they know what the regulations are. She's correct. But they still continue to want to build a mega mansion on a small lot, and then it's going to endanger the coastal dune lakes. In the second letter we sent the county commissioners, you'll see that we have asked for them to consider setting aside this change because the DEP is coming in this summer to do a study of the coastal dune lakes. And with their report, they will be able to get back with us about the health of the lakes. We've also asked that Catherine Gross, who's done a study on the coastal dune lake, let her continue her study and report in about the dangers of development around the coastal dune lakes. And she will be able to look at each of the lakes, look how the property changes and the nutrient loads for each lake, how they would affect each lake on 30A in the coastal dune lake system. Now, also, we asked for more workshops. I see we have the maps around here. We've asked for those maps before, and we would like those to be present at a workshop so people will know what we're talking about. We've never been supplied that. We had one workshop for an issue that's going to affect all of our coastal dune lakes. Now, we weren't supplied any material, any information, anything. And we think that this is an important issue. If the county's going to make a huge decision on this, more workshops are needed. We need to wait till the studies come in. Let's take that scientific information, look at it, and determine if these changes are appropriate for our coastal dune lakes. Now, you know, if the DEP comes in this summer and determines that the lakes are still endangered and imperiled, and that the stormwater runoff has damaged the lakes, our county will be responsible for correcting that. You talk about costs. Oh, we're going to make more money because we're going to get more value of the property. Well, what's going to be the value of the property when our lakes are full of no fish because of the damage done from the stormwater? The DEP is going to come in here and say, oh, well, y'all allowed all the coastal dune lakes to be damaged from stormwater. Now you're going to have to correct this problem. And the county's going to have to pay for that. I just think you're putting the cart before the horse here. Why are we making decisions about our beautiful coastal dune lakes that's not backed up by scientific data? On our new documentary that was put out this week, Elam Soltis' documentary that's being played tonight on PBS, he says in there that the one factor that's affecting our coastal dune lakes the most is human development around the lakes.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for
I
Ms.
do.
Anderson?
You tout this 25% like you have some data and analysis that we need to see that supports that?
I'm saying that what we need to do is to get the
I
data.
asked you, I think, a pretty specific question. Do you or the Coastal Dune Advisory Board have any data analysis? When this 25% was pulled out of thin air, much like you're suggesting that they're pulling the 50% out of thin air, there was no data and analysis. I've been here 30 years and been in part of this process all these times and brought those questions up when this went through review at those times. There was no data analysis of 425. It was a heartfelt issue at that time. Maybe it was politically correct. I don't know what it was. But you brought it up several times, and I recommend to you highly that if you come here and you throw that card out here for us to say that there's no data analysis to support it. Well, there's no data and analysis to support the existing one either. It was an arbitrary figure somebody pulled out for, in my opinion, political reasons. And that may not be the case today or not, but to bring that out and push it in my face, I don't know how the other commissioners feel about it, I take affront to it because you don't offer me anything to educate me.
Well,
You're just bringing other stuff up that's
that's
not
why
supported
we've
by
asked
data
for you.
analysis.
I disagree with that because I have asked, and the Coastal Dune Lake Advisory Board is asking for the delay of this decision until the DEP does do their study, till Catherine Gross does do her study, so we will have the data.
Do you have an idea when that will be?
Well, the DEP is supposed to do their study this summer, and Catherine Gross is ready to start her study. She's already done one study. She's ready to start her study now. We could have it done by the end of the summer. But, I mean, the setbacks have been 25.
How long would it take her to give you the results of those studies? 'Cause she can
I
just-
don't know, I can't speak for the DEP,
Right.
but Catherine Gross has said that she
It
could
could be a
begin.
year, could be a year and a half before the
I
results
don't,
come in.
according to what they have told us, that it would not be that long.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
The lake doctor that treats lakes for all of the algae and all of the stuff that grow in them, has anyone contacted him? Because we have 2 big lakes at Edgewater, much to my regret, and we have koi fish that are 2 feet long that have been there maybe 10 years. They were babies when they got through the drain and went out there. So even through all the hurricanes and even through all of the sludge that was in the lake and even through everything, we hired the lake doctor to come treat the lake. So it would not have the algae. It would not have all the stuff because it is stagnant. It does not outflow anywhere. So we hired them and they treat it. And our lakes are, the lake at Edgewater is crystal. I mean, it has nothing in it. Even though it gets all our fertilizer runoff, it gets everything. And I just wonder if you could talk to somebody and see what it would take to treat the lakes if this does pass, so that they can stay, because it hasn't killed any of our carp in it and it hadn't killed our koi fish. So whatever they treat it with.
Well, both of those fish are invasive, or not invasive, but exotic species. I don't know, the CBA does constant testing of our lakes. We have not had anybody come in. We would like Fish and Wildlife to come in and do a test on the fish and wildlife that's found in the lakes, because some people have said that the numbers have dropped. There again, we don't have the research and the data behind it to find out why has the lake started to change. You talk about the 25% and all the people who are in non-compliance. Well, the county has allowed development around the lakes that is non-compliant, and that's why we have this issue now. We've allowed it, and it's here. If there's a hurricane and the water rises, these homes are not compliant. They're not using the proper setback, and we have issues with that.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, I would ask you to wrap it up. We've got a lot of people who would like to speak, and we don't have all night to do it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, but I do wish you could consider to separating this issue, deal with the non-compliance, and wait until we have the test results and find out how this could affect our coastal dune lakes.
Thank you.
I do have a question for you,
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Lees. If you've got a house that's, say, 1,500 square feet of floor space, and you've got one that's 2,500 square feet of floor space, what difference does the size of the house make to the effluent that's going in the water? Because, most of that stuff is hitting the roof, running off, and just running down in there.
Well, I'm sure that would seem to me, now I'm not a realtor, I'm not a developer, I'm not an architect, but first of all, it's depending on the size of the lot. If you have a small lot and a large house, where's the runoff going to go? It's going to go, unless it's channeled away from the lake, it's going to go into the lake. And what we have, we were talking about the natural setbacks and, people are just going to build a little walkway to the lake. If you go and look at a lot of the homes around the lakes, they have cleared all the way to the water.
Do you have an answer to his question?
Yeah, they're gonna do that anyway, no matter how big the house is.
Well, that's against the rules.
Yeah, I know, that's something that's to be
but
addressed.
I don't know if you have a huge home on a small lot,
Okay, you
then
don't
all of the
have an
runoff
answer?
is going to
Ms.
run into
Anderson,
the
you
water.
don't have an answer?
I was trying to say what I believe is
Okay.
correct.
Let's give a short answer. We need to move on.
Well, he said if you have a 25-foot, whatever he said, a house, the size he used, on a small lot, then all of the runoff and the storm water needs to be considered, because it's going to run into the lake, which is dangerous.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Mary Nielsen. Jackie Markle.
The answer to that question is, when you clear the vegetation on the lots has a specific function, and the function of that vegetation is to filter the contaminants that come from the entire watershed, not just the lakes within the lots within the 300-foot coastal dune lake protection zone. All layers of that vegetation have different functions. They have different abilities in their how they process the contaminants. When you remove that stuff and you build a bigger house, you're creating more impervious surface. Most of the runoff comes from impervious surface. We're talking about, and one of the things that about this, just 50%, there's no limit within that context of allowance for impervious surface. Impervious surface is nothing can get through it. Nothing can absorb down, filter down into the soil, then be filtered out by the vegetative buffer that's there before it goes into the lake. And that's how you get more contaminants in the lake. And when people clear and they put a lawn in, a lawn, the roots are this deep. A tree, the roots are this deep. And they all have different functions. They also have different abilities to absorb water. You know, stormwater is kind of a big issue down here. When you take all that vegetation out and you replant it with palm trees and lawns, they don't have the ability to absorb what that natural vegetation does. That's why it's so important. We're talking about 50%. We need to include something that limits the amount of impervious surface within that clearable place, which would give the homeowner some flexibility. You want a bigger house? Then maybe you can't have the pool. But, you know, we're giving a blanket change to every single lot, which is going to increase we have no idea. When Marcia was talking about the data, we have no idea what the nutrient load is in those lakes, what that lake can withstand. And we're given a blanket 50% to every single, you saw the numbers. That's a lot of lots. When you start moving into redevelopment now, and the people that were in compliance with the 25% now start going to 50%, and the lakes are already impaired, can you imagine what's going to happen next? And we are going to be picking up the tab for that. So by swatting a mosquito with a sledgehammer, you're creating this whole other problem that we're going to end up paying for down the road. Now, in the research that I have done in communities across this country that have lakes, between 15 and 25% is a pretty standard amount of impervious surface all across the country, and many of them are state rules. Because they recognize that 100-foot setback is pretty standard. 300-foot area around the lake is pretty standard. And now we're going to change that from 25 to 50% without knowing what the nutrient load is in those lakes.
Okay.
It's unconscionable to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Blackshear.
Thank you, Commissioners. And I do appreciate, on behalf of my client, that staff has been trying to work on this very difficult issue. I know it is trying to please everyone is a difficult thing. But the Dune Lakes, what I first like to say is just some general comments, and then I'd like to get specific. And speaking from experience at the Water Management District, the 10 years I spent there, and worked on many systems, including all the ones in Walton County. Certainly you have to look at the loading of nutrients and sediment that's going into the lakes from all the properties, and I feel that is what we've missed. You're having loading from the private, from the public. Both sides certainly are contributing to this problem. Most importantly, the stormwater loads that are from subdivisions that are outside of the 300 feet are probably doing as much harm as certainly any waterfront lot. And I really want to try to get people to think in those terms, that this is not only the waterfront properties. I feel that the county has such an opportunity with this Restore Act that is, finally it's opening up now for private applications. And certainly I know that the commissioners have economic development as their priority, but I really feel that these lakes are the economic development for South Walton. And so I feel that we need to move this Dune Lake issue to the top of the agenda. And excuse me, do we have a time limitation? I don't want.
There's no specific time
Okay,
limitation,
okay.
but
I will move it on.
There's a lot of people
but
who would like to speak.
Yes, sir.
We don't have all night to do it. Okay.
Yes, sir. I will move it on. But I just wanted to make sure that I covered those issues that are really for all the lakes.
Just ask you to be considerate of everybody.
That's absolutely. We should be looking at a stormwater program that would address much of the problems and the pollution in the lakes. And again, I'm representing the Redfish Lane subdivision owners, and certainly it's one of the best planned subdivisions along 30A. It's certainly a beautiful green subdivision, and you know, when you had lots in there that were having a problem trying to get their permits, this issue needs to be addressed. And the one point that I feel that the staff is trying to address, but perhaps maybe has not gone as far as they should, is to encourage or provide incentives in the document to use some of the more impervious pavers, some of the techniques that are available to all of us in our construction that would help more. And as I mentioned earlier on the comp plan point, I feel that staff needs to, as they're reviewing these stormwater plans, let's come to the stormwater plan issue. As everyone submits now a building permit application, they'll be submitting a stormwater plan. That is a very time-consuming review load for staff, and I'm not sure how they're going to handle that load. But again, what comes with a stormwater plan is also that stormwater facility, when it's constructed, it has to be maintained. If it's not maintained properly, it's not going to take care of the problems that we're concerned about. So it's not just the setback, it's also how someone is developing that lot and how that stormwater facility will be developed and maintained. I can't emphasize enough that the areas around the lake that are in the discharge areas should be purchased. There's several out there that could be purchased that would help significantly. And I feel that there has to be substantial retrofit to stormwater areas. In my neighborhood, as an example, in Blue Water and Blue Mountain Beach, we don't really have stormwater. In Seagrove, we don't have stormwater treatment. And some of the more dense projects like Watercolor, perfect example, they have a great stormwater system. And so it really does, if you look at the water quality data, those areas that developed with standards that we have today may have made a difference. Those outfalls, again, we should be looking at how we will prohibit the development in those areas, and we should take a proactive approach and not just a regulatory stick to that. We need to be using the funds that are available to us now to purchase those kind of areas. The language about septic tanks, fortunately, the Bannerman subdivision now is on. They're going to be going to sewer, so we've got the septic tank problem solved there. But in my opinion, that is as important as a stormwater retrofit plan for South County. We need to deal with the purchases of the outfalls. We need to have the other priority. We need to make sure that we don't have any new septic tanks going in these watersheds. We need to make sure that if not, that's a project that I would hope that the county would consider putting on the Restore priority list. The enforcement, I'm concerned. There's some language in here about, on page 5 as an example, about prior to construction, about all the education of even the construction operators. How in the world is the county going to have enough manpower to enforce some of these procedures? overall, certainly the changes, the percentages change helps and solves many problems for my client. But again, I feel, they wouldn't be buying in Redfish Lane if they didn't love the lakes and care about, all the dune lakes and being as green as possible. So, and it was developed, for those of you who might not have seen it, it was developed in an incredible manner from the standpoint of using really high quality construction techniques to protect the lake.
I see you flipping pages. How many more pages you got?
I'm almost done,
I'm
sir.
just kidding.
I wanted to
Okay.
touch base on one thing real quickly as you brought up. For your edification, and probably you already know it, and the public might want to know this as well, that the county currently, in their charge of regional utilities for septic tanks, allows owners that have septic tanks to come on at a payment on a payment rather than put but that's only if your property discharges to the Choctawhatchee Bay. All properties that discharge to the coastal dune lakes or the Gulf of Mexico, there's no incentive for owners to hook up to them. County fathers haven't done that. You can't get your septic tank, you can't get your impact fees on a payment plan. You have to pay cash. So there's a big thing right there that our county fathers could do.
I agree with
by just leaning on regional utilities and say, for whatever source they have, if it's good for the bay, it's got to be good for the lakes and the Gulf. And I don't know why we're not already doing it.
I agree, and I know that we are trying to cover a lot of issues tonight, but again, I feel that we certainly support the percent change because of the problems that we've had in Redfish Lane. However, we really also want to stress that the ordinance needs to encourage these best practices, I will call it. And then again, while we've got the funds coming to us, let's purchase these outfalls. Let's put together a good stormwater plan. Let's start implementing a stormwater plan and septic tank abatement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bynum Quiston.
Just a moment. I bought this map. I'm Bonnie McQuiston. I live on the coastal dune lake. I live on Alligator Lake. I just want to show you all just real quickly. I don't know if you can see those maps up there count or not, but I bought this map from the planning department to show you the impact that we're talking about. It isn't just the coastal dune lakes, it's their tributaries as well. 300 feet from the coastal dune lakes and the tributaries. We're talking about this ordinance impact. It's huge. I don't know if you can see this.
Give her a hand.
Everything in red. Sorry.
Somebody give her a hand.
You got it in there?
Yeah, what's for that?
The tributaries, can y'all see that? It's a huge amount of area.
Okay. We got it up there now.
I don't know which one, it just shows the, all of this is everything. This is all of that.
Look at it on the screen.
Okay, well, we'll do whatever we can do.
We have it on the screen
It's
now.
on the screen.
What?
It's on the screen now.
It is? Okay. Okay, well, anyway, I just wanted to say it goes much beyond. This is not just about small lots. This is about everything within 300 feet of the coastal dune lakes and their tributaries. And I want to say that living on the coastal dune lake, those of us who live on these lakes love them, and we want to protect them as much or more than anyone else. We get to see their beauty daily. They are rare, and they are proclaimed to be rare because of their value to the coastal environment. They are not. It is not because of an imminent threat or impairment. They are rare and unique because they exchange water with the Gulf on a regular basis. They continually exchange water. That is why they are declared rare.
Last May, I really am addressing mainly lots of record today because I bought my house in 1985 and I've lived here since 1992. So last May in 2014, with the stroke of a pen, the county began applying a 1993 Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone to all lots on the coastal dune lakes. This code requires that lots within 300 feet of the lakes and their tributaries can only build on 25% of their property. That's after meeting all the setback requirements. This includes driveways, walkways, porches, having a garden or a lawn. It does not address pervious or impervious surfaces, and a lot of our driveways and walkways are made of sand and pine straw. They now count in the code as part of your developable area. Between 1993 and 2014, most development occurred on the coastal dune lakes. During this time, this code was not enforced on lots platted prior to 1993. Overnight, hundreds of homes came under the code, which meant that we cannot rebuild on an existing footprint if it's destroyed by fire or hurricane. We have to meet the 25%. And then there are lots besides Eastern Lake that have been affected. I know that in Alligator Cove, in Eastern Lake, and Little Redfish, there are people who can't build, can't renovate, and can't sell their property. One lady said she lost a deal because of the restrictions. Those of us with lots of record have met permit requirements, setback requirements, height limits, neighborhood plan restrictions, and water retention regulations. These setbacks themselves have restricted the buildable area of our lots. Exhaustive studies around the world have concluded that reducing wastewater and fertilizers protect water quality. We do need a county-wide stormwater retention plan. Think about the lakes that are north of the bay. There are a lot of lakes that have, they have no, I don't know if you have ordinances or regulations or all these requirements that we have down here, but I think that we need a stormwater retention plan for the whole county. And I think that exceptions should be made for lots of record from this code and this ordinance. And there is an option. Did you present the option or did you not have that option for lots of record? I have. I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am, we do have an exception.
Is it with your package? I don't know. It is? Okay, that lots created prior to the Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone will be an exception, and it gives the exception in your package. And this will prevent litigation over the taking of private property, which is what people are now discussing, and it will prevent the county's tax base from being devalued, which Patrick Pilcher has confirmed that will occur if this is not passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bonnie, are you only speaking on lots of record?
I am. Yes.
Okay, you're not speaking on any lot that's been sold recently. You're just speaking on people like you that if your house was burned to the ground,
right,
or if a hurricane came through and damaged your house beyond 50%, you couldn't rebuild.
25%.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't rebuild if your house is damaged more than 50%, I think is the rule.
We're under the current code as of last May, which allows us to rebuild to 25%.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, forget about how much percentage your house is damaged. Okay? If your house is a hole and it's damaged up to 50%, you can rebuild, but some places, like on the Gulf, we can't rebuild. If it's 50% damaged, you've got to tear it down. So what I'm asking is, you're only talking about if the people who have houses on the lots, their house is destroyed or by a tornado, hurricane, fire, flood, whatever, that you want to be able to rebuild, and at this time right now you couldn't.
It's going to. I'm certain that is true with most of the properties right now that were lots of record prior to '93. Another thing, the pervious and impervious is so much more important than the size of a house. I'm sorry, but pervious is where water just filters down. I mean, pervious. Now and right now this code encompasses as I said, walkways, driveways, no matter what they're made of. I even talked to someone who can't have a garden because you have to keep the natural vegetation for, 100 feet? And some people don't even have 100 feet. So it's very, very burdensome at this point. Thank you.
Beverly Kraska.
Hi, my name is Beverly Kraska. I'm here representing Lake Point Homeowners Association. We are currently 20 non-conforming homes in our area, and we do support the recommended changes or the proposed changes. And of course, our goal is to preserve and protect our coastal dune lakes, and we all in our area try to be good stewards. Unfortunately, when the county built the bridge across Eastern Lake, there's no stormwater runoff. All goes into the lake because that's how they built the bridge. So that was their choice. But my question is, what are we trying to protect or preserve? Lake Watch, which is a state organization that monitors the lake, and I'm not a scientist, so all I can do is report the information. And unfortunately, I just got the information today at 3 o'clock, and between the late arrival of the information and my limited computer skills, I'm not able to present any summaries to you except a verbal one. But Lake Watch has volunteers that go once a month to the lakes that have volunteers check the phosphorus, the nitrogen, and the chlorophyll levels. On Eastern Lake, which is the only data I was able to summarize at this point, we have 18 years of data, okay? And what I would like to report, in those 18 years of data, the phosphorus level has been medium to high in 3 of those years. The nitrogen level has only been low, and the chlorophyll level has only been medium high in 4 to 9 years. Okay, they call this the trophic. Again, I'm not a scientist, but according to them, that measures the healthiness of the lakes. So in the 18 years of data collected on Eastern Lake, which is probably one of the more developed lakes, and probably, I would guess, just looking at all the lakes, the houses, some really non-conforming setbacks and things. So all I'm saying is we support this because according to Lake Watch, the data doesn't necessarily support that clearing of the vegetation has a negative impact, at least on the phosphorus, nitrogen, and chlorophyll. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be back here in about 5.
Okay, who brought the vodka and the wine? Get back up here. Get back up here.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order.
Roll over.
And Garner Chandler, you're next on the list.
She just left.
She just left?
No, she's here.
Oh,
She
is
just stepped out for a second to go to the restroom.
Oh.
We'll move on to Richard.
I just saw her go out the door.
Did she say she's coming?
Just as you wrapped the cable, she went out the door.
Get some water. Y'all won't let me bring my water in here anymore.
All right, Garner.
Okay. Well, sorry. My name is Garner Chandler, Chandler. I live on Western Lake. I'm speaking personally as a realtor. I'm not speaking for any association. I'm just speaking from my own personal experience as regards the Dune Lakes. I have had one home listed for about a year, and the primary issue with this home has been whether construction, I'm sorry, I'm a little out of breath, I ran in my heels, whether what anyone could do with the property. And specifically, if the property were to go away by fire, flood, storm, whatever, about half of this home is within the 100-foot setback. We have actually put that property under a contract today. But the buyer of the property has a home on Eastern Lake. So that buyer will have the same questions when she is selling her home as we have had with the home that I've had listed. That is an issue that is severely affecting all the realtors in Walton County because we do not know the answers. So in that case, I do urge that 4.02.01, paragraph B, I had it on my note cards, but the non-conforming structure, that aspect be approved. As to the other parts of the Dune Lakes provisions, I do strongly urge that there be a little bit of study. There have been proposals for some. As a realtor and a lover of the lakes, when I'm showing people property within Walton County, and I'm showing them property also in Okaloosa or Bay, and they see the differences between the gems and the jewels that we have in Walton County of these Dune Lakes versus the development and the lack of nature in the other two counties, they say, oh, I've got to be in South Walton. We have these jewels, and we cannot take a single bit of a risk on jeopardizing the jewels of our Dune Lakes. And by changing the 25% to 50%, whatever number it is, I believe it needs to be grounded in science rather than a number. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Richard Bryan.
That was the other one.
One of the reasons why I would be opposed to taking this out of the comprehensive plan is the very thing that the lawyer said when he was speaking to you, and that is that the enforcement has been inconsistent. So we go to this home rule that Mr. Kramer was talking about, and that's what you're going to get. I mean, you have to go. I've been here 40 years. You have to go with what you see. And I see that some things have to be written in stone. It's just that way. When money is involved, people go crazy. I mean, money's the thing. Some people think money's God. They think that's where power comes from, is money. And we've got to realize that when we're making decisions, that, there are hardships and there are situations. We need to deal with that on a separate basis. Like the lady was talking about, separate these issues. Those that have hardship, let's look at that. But if we're looking at opening the door all the way, then what do you think's going to happen? Every developer's mouth's going to water. Every builder's going to say, oh boy, if I can just get as much square footage as I can, that'd be great. To answer your question, Mr. Perry, about what would be the difference between the two, when you concentrate water and that water flows and you don't have vegetation to take up the nutrients make it to the lake. And that's why we're seeing a very slow increase. The lady talked about Lake Watch. You go back and look at your Lake Watch data. I'm a Lake Watch volunteer. I've been privy to a lot of that data. You will see that the nutrient level is creeping. If it's creeping at the present restriction, then wouldn't it be twice as much? If you went 50? Yeah, it would be. It'd be that much more. One more point. If you have swale and berm only, and you're not considering all of these the permeable textiles and all of the other things that you could require if someone, happened to want to have a larger home or whatever, and they were willing to take care of the stormwater in the course of it, well, that would be one thing. but swale and berm is going to be just like a sand filter for a pool. It will reach a certain point, it will be saturated, it will stop up, it will channel. And that water will channel just like it was going through plumbing, right down into the lake. I've been out on the lake quite a bit, and I can see these places where the seepage is coming through. And that's natural seepage that I'm looking at. It's not anything that's been created by swale and berm. So you go and you put that in, then you're adding that to the problem.
So I got a question. What you're saying is these nutrients that are going in are coming from basically erosion from water that's being concentrated in channel?
No. And see, that's another thing. That's why I look at this and say you need to educate yourself about what these things are. Have you ever noticed how the plants grow after a rain? That is because the nutrient is in the rain. Nitrogen is coming down in that rain.
So it's coming from the rain?
Yeah, if you use rainwater to water with instead of groundwater that you're pumping, you're getting more nitrogen to the plant, more readily available nitrogen, as a matter of fact, to the plant than you would get with chlorinated water, like out of a system, or from groundwater in a pump.
We need to,
thank
you very much. Yep. Marsha Anderson. Okay. I had a second one for you. I got duplicates here. We had Pat up here too, right?
Yeah, she's
Yep. Yep. Two. I filled out one for each thing. Is there anybody else that I've missed that signed up to speak? So I think we got through all the lists. Yes, ma'am.
Susan Palladini. After the last workshop, it was just considered that this 25% was just pulled out of the air. So I did some research, and I pulled out my summary of planning projects, South Walton Conservation and Development Trust, South Walton Ecosystem Management Pilot Program, and Acquisition Disposition Recommendations for the Point Washington Cobb Project, Walton County, Florida. Mr. Kramer was involved with this. Basically, in '93, the Florida legislature created and funded the South Walton Conservation and Development Trust. It was all about revising the comprehensive plan to make it fit state standards, because at the time it didn't. And there were some requirements. And to achieve the result, our comprehensive plan was required to include more extensive protection of natural vegetation in coastal dune lake basins, and also include extensive measures for monitoring water quality in primary streams and coastal dune lakes. The 25% clearing requirement was based upon the extensive environmental analysis required and conducted at the time. And I also understand now there was a settlement agreement involved with this 25%. So I would just like to suggest that maybe we slow things down a little so that we can get a copy of the settlement agreement, and so that we're not violating anything that might have been done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard? We will close the public portion of the meeting. Commissioners, any comments, questions?
I've got one. There seems to be a lot of concern about legal nonconformity. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. There seems to be some comments that dealt with the legal nonconformity of people not being able to rebuild after a hurricane, fire, whatever. And I'm wondering, Matt, can that one portion be moved around into something else? That's very restrictive.
That is very common language throughout the United States for legal nonconformities, as far as having to comply with the current code if you sustain damage beyond 50%. It's the same. It's the language in the building code. In other words, if your house sustains damage more than 50%, you're required to bring everything up to the current code. So that's not unique to Walton County.
That's right. Because Edgewater, if it's damaged 50%, it's all torn down. It's all got to come up to the new code. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't make that up in Walton County.
Okay. All right. I was just asking because there'd been numerous comments regarding that particular portion of this.
One thing that we have added in here that doesn't exist in the code now is that specific provision that relates to those legal nonconformities, those houses that were constructed without consideration of what the present code requires. May be rebuilt.
We
are proposing to allow those to be rebuilt within their existing footprint, regardless of wherever that is. Not expanded beyond that existing footprint, but just to give those folks that, for example, the lady who's lived here for 40 years, to give her the opportunity to rebuild her house in the exact same footprint in spite of the current and or proposed regulations.
Okay, well, I guess what I was trying to get at, would there be any way of taking that particular part of it out of this?
I think that's a good change.
Me too.
Well, I'm not saying it's not a good change. What I'm saying is there's some opposition to this as a whole. There's opposition to this particular item as a whole. Is there any way to take that one part of it and make it good and turn down the rest of it? If that makes sense.
We can certainly do that. I mean, that particular hardship provision was added to Chapter 4. It would normally be something that would appear in Chapter 8 of our Land Development Code, but I mean, that certainly could stand on its own. Now, just to sort of put things in perspective here, because we've heard lots of testimony from folks that have sort of gotten into Walton County at different times over the years, and have been impacted by different levels of regulation as they've been adopted and implemented over the years. If we take the approach that the county has taken irregularly over time since 1993, that the Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone and its restriction do not apply to lots of record. Well, in 1993, everything was a lot of record, so the rule adopted by the county commission would have only applied to new things. But everything already existed to a large extent, with the exception of certain large developments like Watercolor, Water Sound, and our other large PUDs that have been developed since the early 90s, since 1993. What we're trying to do is come up with a standard that we can apply across the board to every lot, with the exception of those lots that have actual environmental protections on their BCC adopted plats. Try to come up with a level playing field that works for everyone. Now, we still have the shallow lot of record provision that has been in both the Comp Plan and Land Development Code for a number of years that applies to lots that have an average depth of less than 200 feet. We have a relief mechanism in there that gives you some relief from that first 100 feet. In 2011, with the adoption of the EAR amendments, the county changed the comprehensive plan policy for the Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone. The previous policy allowed no development other than shoreline access in the first 100 feet. And this policy started January 5, 1993. You were required to preserve an open space 75% of your entire lot. You use the entire dimension or entire area of your lot to calculate the 75% that you had to had to preserve. Now that included that first 100 feet. But to flip it around and look at it from the other perspective, you are allowed to develop 25% of your lot. And I'm not speaking of shallow lots of record, just all of the other universe of lots. You're allowed to develop 25%. That 25% was based on the entire size of your lot, regardless of the size of it. In 2011, the County Commission adopted changes to the comprehensive plan that placed further restrictions on the coastal dune lake protection zone. The first 100 feet, still there. The 25%, still there as a standard. However, the methodology for calculating the 25% changed significantly. And that change basically eliminated the opportunity to use your entire lot to calculate the 25%. You can only use that portion of your lot within the 300-foot zone that was outside of the first 100 feet. So that significantly further restricted how much you could develop. And that policy was developed through many, many public hearings through the Ear Amendment process. We had months of these for different portions of the comprehensive plan. And that was the mood of the public and the county to further tighten up this. We found that pretty problematic because it's in the comprehensive plan and there's no way to get any relief from it beyond the shallow lot of record provision, and that only applies to lots with an average depth of less than 200 feet. If you were 201 feet as your average depth, you couldn't take advantage of that. You're restricted to 25% of your lot within the 300-foot zone that's outside of that first 100 feet. And when we looked at the actual language and what you actually could do as far as your development, we came to the conclusion that everything you do or that you're required to do has to be within that 25%.
Okay.
Now, our concern here, first and foremost, is the protection of our coastal dune lakes. They're tremendously important to this county, both from their just pure aesthetic value, the intrinsic value of what they are, but as many of our speakers have alluded to tonight, they're part of what makes Walton County valuable. And we certainly want to keep that in mind, and that's what we're trying to do when we're proposing this change in legislation. Let's get a standard that we can apply everywhere, not just to those few lots that have been developed since 1993 or 1996. We need a standard we can apply everywhere. We want it to be a reasonable standard that will be fair, or as fair as we can make it. But we also have, by removing the percentage of the developable area out of the comprehensive plan, we provided some due process for those people that are in true hardships to be able to go to the Board of Adjustment and prove that they have a hardship and get some relief from those standards. We believe that is a significant change. We don't believe that that seriously weakens the county's ability to protect these dune lakes. In fact, we believe that it actually enhances our ability to protect these dune lakes because we've now got a method to provide relief for those that have true hardships, where today we don't have that method. Now, there have been some suggestions. I think Mr. Kramer made one that this might be a taking. There's only been one successfully prosecuted Burt Harris case in Florida since the Burt Harris Act was adopted by the legislature. That doesn't mean there can't be another one, and it doesn't mean there can't be one in Walton County. We also have the federal takings law. We don't believe that any of what we're proposing approaches anything that might endanger the county and the public's interest in protecting these lakes and essentially staying out of court. We're trying to come up with a reasonable standard that will help us stay out of court so that we don't create a class of people that are unduly affected by a law that they can't get any relief from. So that's really what we're here to do. I mean, there's been a number of suggestions that the county's trying to weaken the protection of the coastal dune lakes, and that is the exact opposite of what we're trying to do. We're trying to broaden the protection and provide relief where relief is truly needed.
Thank you, Mac. Good job.
Meg, I got one question before you get.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about Burt Harris Act a while ago on the taking. If this is adopted, what, let me rephrase that, what's in place now and how it's being enforced, does that create a problem for something like that to consider more of a taking? I know if we pass this, it's going to relax and make it easier.
Well,
the 25% rule, like as it stands, does that make it tougher?
I mean, quite frankly, I'm not so worried about a taking because we do have a provision in our comprehensive plan that says, in spite of everything else, you're still entitled to build one single-family home on any lot of record in Walton County.
Gotcha.
That protects us from the takings law, by and large. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not offering legal advice, and there may be a number of attorneys here that might have a different opinion.
Unless you own an outfall.
Okay.
Well, I would like to thank you, Mac. It was an excellent job. Any questions, comments from commissioners? Motions?
I think it's a common sense approach to it. I mean, Ms. Palladini brought to the board's attention that I was on the South Walton Conservation Development Trust. I was the chairman for the Land Use Committee and wasn't involved directly in the environmental issues because, you know, there's a lot of elements to a comprehensive plan, and each one of the elements had its own committee and a chairperson and et cetera with it. However, she did reflect on the settlement agreement. And I'm very familiar with the settlement agreement, have a copy of it. It specifically speaks to the St. Joe properties. St. Joe properties had the ability to, because of the volume of their land, to give certain abilities to the county in consideration for other things that they got at that time. So that's apples and oranges, and didn't want that to cloud how I made that decision. I think that aside from that point, I think the document's a common sense approach to solving a bunch of problems. The only suggestion I'd make to a change on it would be to add when they're trying to restrict the impervious area, that they add the semi-pervious area to it as well, so it's only 1,500 feet. And that was the only change that I would make to the document as it sits.
Any other commissioners?
No.
I'd just like to take just a minute to thank staff, and did an outstanding job on a very, very, very tough issue. Very well done. I don't think you can adopt any change to any law or any ordinance where you're not going to have people on both sides of the issue agreeing and disagreeing. I think this is a very, like David said, a very common sense approach to try to address a problem. And I don't believe that there's anybody that works for Walton County who would do anything to intentionally hurt Walton County.
No.
I think that the data analysis with these studies that are or at least told to us that come to the forefront in a year or 6 months or whenever they are, we've taken it out of the comp plan on recommendation of the BCC to do that so that it's in the LDC and it can be brought up inside of a month, and with the supporting documentation, you know, changes to specifically do it with data analysis could be achieved at this level without having comp plan changes too.
I agree.
Can you make a recommendation?
You need a motion.
I'd motion to approve the ordinance as written with the change on page 6, line 35, to add semi-pervious next to the word pervious in there. Other than that, I didn't have any other changes.
We have a
Or I
second.
didn't notice any.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Did you get that by Sally? Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Move on to item number 3.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next item is the Winston Townhomes large-scale amendment. This is a large-scale text amendment submitted by Emerald Coast Associates proposing to amend both the text and the land use map within the Inlet Beach Traditional Neighborhood Plan, to bring the Inlet Beach Plan into conformance with the comprehensive plan for the purposes of a proposed residential subdivision. The parcel number is 36-3 South 18-16100-000-0541. It's presently neighborhood commercial on the Inlet Beach map. We're proposing that to go to residential in the Inlet Beach traditional neighborhood plan. And that is the request.
Any questions of staff?
Just, there's not a required compatibility analysis that includes one of these, is there? Or is it with the application itself?
There will be one with the proposed application, which will come up later on in today's agenda.
Okay, as far as members of the public, I have a few signed up. Mr. Shane Odom.
I'll defer to Mr. Bob Merkel, please.
Bob?
Doesn't the developer speak first, the applicant?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take it.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dean Burgess with Emerald Coast Associates. I represent the owner and developer with this amendment. Basically, what's being requested is the land use map designation for the Inlet Beach neighborhood plan is currently commercial on this parcel. We're asking to change it to residential, which would not allow any commercial development on the property. Primarily, we want to do a residential development on the property, and it was noted by staff that if the commercial designation is applied, we have to have some commercial component, which is not the desire of the developer as far as the project goes. With regard to the property itself, under Section 3.4.1 of the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan, it states commercial properties, 3.4.2. Neighborhood commercial shall be those properties abutting US 98 and those properties currently zoned village mixed use at the eastern intersection of 30A and US 98. This property meets neither of those criteria. So how it got designated commercial, I don't know. It was originally residential. It was changed to commercial around, if my memory serves me correctly, 2002, 2003. My client bought the property not knowing it had been changed to commercial and proposed to do the development that was entirely residential. Kind of came as a surprise to both my client and myself that it was commercial. The Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan still designates it, the map that's attached to their plan still designates it as residential in their identification. It's a long way of saying this revision will make it comply with both the Inlet Beach Neighborhood original plan map and also their text 3.4.2. Any questions of the board?
Just one on the density, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Why was it chosen to be 8 to the acre? And that's my only question.
This particular property, whenever they were doing the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan, there were parcels that, let me get this right, had to opt out of the density restriction, and this was one of the parcels that did that.
Okay. Now you can speak.
Bob Murfin, Murfin, Inlet Beach.
As a matter of interest, that lot actually is being north of 30A is not subject to that restriction.
Which restriction?
The 8 to 1 or 4 to 1. It's north of the line for that. But that's, I have a process question. Actually, the neighborhood plan itself designates this property in Appendix D as neighborhood commercial, and then on the map shows it as residential. And why the disconnect, I have no idea. The process question is, we're proposing, or at least the public announcement proposed, to change the neighborhood plan. And the ordinance that governs neighborhood planning process, in fact, has a specific paragraph that says the procedure for amending a neighborhood plan shall be the same as for producing the neighborhood plan. And there are 8 steps, and we're in step number 7, near as I can tell, and we kind of skipped step number 1 through 5. And that's a little confusing to me. I'm kind of counting on Mr. Davis to clarify that so that I'll understand.
His staff right behind you.
Right.
You have to tell you.
I can take care of that. Great.
The Inlet Beach Plan is a component of the neighborhood plan. It was adopted by a component of our comprehensive plan. It was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners prior to moving the neighborhood planning process from the comprehensive plan to the Land Development Code on April 8th, 2008. In the revised neighborhood planning program that appears in Chapter 2, there's a subsection F on page 64. The Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan shall remain a part of the Walton County Comprehensive Plan unless the Inlet Beach neighborhood changes the plan to an overlay district as described above. And what this essentially means is the process for amending the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan is the same process for amending any other portion of the comprehensive plan. It's enshrined in state law and in our Land Development Code, and it's a large-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan. The neighborhood planning process that's in Chapter 2 now applies to all new neighborhood plans and all of the neighborhood plans that have been adopted since the Inlet Beach Plan. That is the distinction.
Does that answer your question?
I think so. Thank you.
It's a fine point, but
yeah,
it's a problem, really.
Danny Hornby? What is that? Betty? Shane Oak? I already called you. You're in here twice. You gonna speak this time?
Yeah, I'll speak. They directed me to speak. I'll speak. Shane Odom, Inlet Beach Neighborhood Association. I'm not real clear on what Mac just explained, and I probably won't get clear on it right now. But we do oppose changing the neighborhood plan or amending the neighborhood plan from that commercial designation to residential designation, simply based on the increased density that we're going to get in the area, the increased impact on the beaches, increased impact in parking, and everything else in that small area. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to be heard? We'll close the public portion of the hearing. Commissioners, anything?
Unless Dean wants to address Mr. Odom's concern.
The revision that's being requested would not increase density or intensity of the property. Basically, if it stayed commercial, we could do a mixed-use type property. We'd actually be required to do a mixed-use project, which, in my opinion, would be more intense than simply a purely residential product.
Yeah, I do too.
And that was my point.
Okay.
That's what I was going to bring up. When you have it as commercial, you don't know what the end product's going to be. It could be 10,000 square feet.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second?
Second.
Tom made the motion.
This Tom, not that Tom. Good-looking Tom, not Tom.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I don't
On
know.
to item number 4.
I'd like to intervene for a quick second before we jump onto that.
Okay.
When we have big projects and big public hearings, I mean, certainly there must be some way we can expedite by coming up with a time rule similar to the county commission. Do we have to have a new ordinance to do that? I mean,
You can vote on procedure at the meeting as long as it doesn't violate the ordinance. So if you want to put time limits on a particular project or on how long somebody can speak.
Can he do that?
No, actually, we would need somebody, you'd need to vote on it since it's not.
There'd be a
so
motion.
we should vote on it, and we should be just like the county commission, give everybody 5 minutes to speak. Some people really abused
Yep.
their time window, and
So long as it doesn't violate the code, you can set your own procedures.
so I think, I don't care
I
if it's
think
5 minutes,
3
10
minutes. I
minutes,
think
but
3
there needs to be
minutes.
some rule, so when somebody gets up and decides, no, 3 minutes, I'm having been cut off several times now in the recent months, at 3 minutes. The county commission generally goes with 5 minutes, unless we have a lot of people. We can take a few more minutes than the county commission, I think, give people 5 minutes, because some of these thoughts were good thoughts, and some of them were good input. The problem is when they went around the third time.
Yeah.
So I have no problem, and we can put the time up here on the board and whatever, we just gotta get wired to do it, because
I'm actually drafting a new set of procedures, which I hope to have before you next month or the month after, set aside legislative matters, first of all, for quasi-judicial matters. Our ordinance does not comport with current case law. So if you don't mind, hang off on doing that till I get that to you, because it's going to include some other procedural matters that we need to.
Mark, didn't we already vote on this about 3 or 4 meetings ago, maybe during Hampton Inn or maybe the dollar store, but I can't remember. But it seems to me we've already done
it
it.
was only for that one.
I think it was for that meeting.
Was it just for that
I think
meeting?
so. But I'm trying to get a draft of something to catch us up with the current.
And the way I understood what you just said, we'd have to do it for each.
Yeah, you would. If you're going to limit the time under our current ordinance, you would have to do it in each.
So if we adopt what you bring to us,
We will have a mechanism for doing that, yes, sir.
Okay.
but we can still do it in the
Oh,
meantime.
yes, sir. You'll just have a different mechanism to do it at each.
well, when you drive up here and the parking lot's full, and we know that there's one hot issue, and fortunately, right now, I think we're getting beyond a lot of the hot
Right.
issues. But I really think.
I agree.
Because,
But, I'll have y'all something, hopefully at the next meeting.
And in the meantime, if we don't get something, we have another hot issue, we can make that
Yes,
motion limit the time.
Yes, sir.
good,
Okay.
thank you.
Let's move on to item number 4.
Item number 4 on our legislative list is Chapter 12, Code Enforcement Special Magistrate Ordinance. This is an ordinance amending Chapters 9, 12, and 14 of the Land Development Code and proposing to replace the Code Enforcement Board with a Code Enforcement Special Magistrate. And I'll let Mr. Davis further explain this.
If you have any questions, we have observed special magistrate hearings and code enforcement in a couple of other places. One of the awkward things about having a board for code enforcement is the county attorney's office has to represent the board itself. And then when the staff needs representation on a particularly contentious or difficult issue, we have to hire outside counsel to represent the staff. And so essentially, and we have had this happen, we become adverse to the staff. Legally speaking, that is a very uncomfortable place to be. But it's what's required under both our ordinance and the statute and our ethics laws. So the biggest reason or the biggest push for this is if we go to the special magistrate for code enforcement hearings, I would be able to, the office of the county attorney, whoever that is, would be able to represent the staff, help the staff present the cases. Special magistrate makes a decision, and the staff is in a position to either appeal or not appeal or accept. It's just a little better way of getting the evidence to a special magistrate. That's the big impetus for it. I will tell you, I sit at every code enforcement board meeting. Our current code enforcement board works very hard and I can't criticize the work they do, Don't always agree with them, but I can't criticize the work they do. So it has nothing to do with the quality of their work. I want to make sure that's clear.
Y'all did vote, you did vote not to sue, the county commissioners voted not to sue the code enforcement board over nippers, right?
Just so the record is clear about this.
I want to be sure.
That decision had nothing to do with this. I know people want to link the two, but we had been working on this for a number of months, long before that case was heard. And to answer your question, Ms. Harris, yes, the Board of County Commissioners did not authorize that appeal. That's correct.
I think it'd be horrible to have a situation where the county commissioners sue their own board that worked for free. I mean, to me, that's just crazy.
And Commissioner, it wouldn't necessarily be a lawsuit. It would be a petition for certiorari to the circuit court, asking the circuit court to review the decision. And again, it puts me in an odd position because I represent the board, so I would have to defend that position against the staff, and that's where the problem is, frankly, by using the board for that particular kind of decision.
Well, your initial point about expense falls moot to me because I mean, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The special magistrate's going to cost money. It's the same as having two attorneys in the same process.
I agree with you. It might not even be a wash. It might actually cost more. I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
And there's two things. I've served 15 years on the Code Enforcement Board. That board, for whatever reason, never lost an appeal. We did the job right, and I don't know how the current board does it, and it's not my purview to even respond to it. But one of the two things that I learned from those 15 years was it was about compliance, and I don't know that a special magistrate is going to have the same temper of compassion that 5 or 6 individuals who live in the county, come from different walks of life, have when they're engaging the public. It was all about compliance, and we would bend over a lot of times. It wasn't about getting fines and enforcing the law. It was about getting compliance with do what you can, bring it into compliance, and that was the thing. So anytime I always, and it's just me, this is personal, when I feel like that when I get pulled into a court, I've got to be represented. And I came before the Code Enforcement Board for other reasons, even while I was on the board, and then since subsequent to it, for whatever reasons. And I always felt like at least I could talk to those people, and I wasn't speaking to a judge, even though they were quasi-judicial and all of them were judges. I felt like as a citizen of Walton County, I was part of the problem, and I was part of the solution at the same time. And I like having a board as opposed to a special magistrate. That's just me. I felt like it's about compliance, and a board kind of leans that way, in my opinion, where a special magistrate is, it's going to be black and white.
David, one thing, you're exactly right. It still is and should always be about compliance. And one of the great things that has happened, and when we say kudos should be given. We rarely have a Code Enforcement Board meeting now. It's remarkable how well the staff is doing in getting compliance. We have them, don't get me wrong, but they're not every month by any stretch of anyone's imagination. So kudos to them for that, and that's part of the reason I was hoping that the cost would end up being washed, but I couldn't represent to you that would be the case.
Right. It's not so much about the money. To me, it's more.
I don't think it's about cost. I think it's about process and getting things done.
Yeah, it's about.
I completely understand what Mark's saying about conflicts with the county attorney's office. That puts them in a bad position. Anybody else? Any members of the public? Mary?
My name is Mary Nielsen, Nielson. I was a neighbor, a victim of a circumstance that the case came before the Code Enforcement Board. I was not the person who was doing the problem, producing the problem. I was a recipient of the action of the problem. And Walton County filed the case. It was a code case. And we were allowed to talk to the code board. We were allowed to give our give our evidence. We were allowed to present graphs and charts and photographs. And we felt that we did have the eyes and the ears of our fellow citizens, because it could have been any one of you who could have experienced what we experienced as neighbors. Okay? So in that reference, I believe we should keep the Code Enforcement Board and it not go to a magistrate. And I think we should keep the Planning Board. I think that you all bring something. You may like us, you may not like us, you may be partial to a certain persuasion of some sort, but I still think we should have that right to come before all of you and participate. Do I think we should all get 20 minutes? No. But do I think we should get 5 or 6 or 8 or 10? Yes. Because a lot of people you heard tonight are very well educated folks, and they've done a lot of study, especially on the Dune Lakes, and they did present some very interesting information. So I believe that we should have our boards, our citizen boards, and I think that the issue that we should address is the one of who the attorneys are and their qualifications who represent the respective boards. I think that sometimes we have some crossover, we have some overlapping, and we probably should have a more designated attorney position with very strong credentials in the area of the board that they are representing. Because in Mr. Davis's case, he's the county attorney, he has a wide range of coverage, and I think that it's probably a good idea to choose these attorneys and to really concentrate on their levels of expertise and their areas of expertise. And I don't think it's the money. We waste a lot of money in Walton County. We have a lot of money. We're pushing through these developments left and right. They're bringing us tons of more money. I think that we should do justice to our people, and that is one way that I think that you should consider maintaining the citizen boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. Commissioners?
Mark, you have a special magistrate. If he recommends against you, you have the right to appeal and then to appeal.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It would be a petition for certiorari to the, that's right, ma'am. Yeah, to the circuit court, I'm sorry.
To the circuit court, we have file lawsuit.
Yeah,
We have a special magistrate, does the
Value Adjustment Board.
Planning Adjustment Board and also the tax hearing.
The Value Adjustment Board has a special magistrate. That is
Yeah,
correct.
and I've appeared before that, and I showed up figuring, I didn't know that they was, and I thought it was going to be the commissioners and other citizens on that board. If you don't, when you show up with a special magistrate, you better have an attorney with you. That's what it's going to be. That's what it means. That citizens don't get to see other citizens. They better have an attorney, because it all works on procedure and all that stuff. And, oh, you didn't make your petition 3 days or 5 days ahead of time for your damages or attorney's fees if you lose, and you just get stiffed and you're sitting there wide-eyed like that's what it is. So I'll make a motion, no.
I second. Now, I'm the next one in front of the Code Enforcement Board, so I'll take my chances with the Code Board, and then I'll take my chances in court. But I am not for a special magistrate. I think the Code Board serves a purpose, just like I think this board does. I think they're not paid people. I think they're willing to listen to both sides, and you win some and some you don't. But I think if we start with a special magistrate, it's going to go from one thing to another, and everything in this county, all the boards in this county will be gone, and they'll all be special magistrates.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Commissioners, the next item we have is item number 5 on our legislative list. This is the County Road 30A Limited Lodging Ordinance, and I'll be brief since it's getting late. Essentially what this does is within the County Road 30A Scenic Corridor, it reduces the maximum number of units for a limited lodging use from 125 back to 75. That is all this does. And it only applies to the Route 30A scenic corridor in this instance.
What depth? How far off C-30A before?
It's all of it.
It's all of the Route 30 scenic corridor and the connectors that run north.
Yeah.
That means
283, 83, 395, 393,
That's a
up to
mistake.
98.
I mean, that means that at the intersection of 395, where the bank, now those two corners are undeveloped still, that means that they couldn't put a hotel on either one of those corners.
No over 75 rooms.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make sense. That's not an effective model. That's,
Right.
you know, I don't have a problem with the ordinance if it says, if it stops, if the language stops where it says, and contiguous to 30A, you know,
Or within 1,000 feet or
300 feet.
Yeah.
300 feet, I mean, because if you, I mean, these things that run all the way up, I mean, I don't know why those were all designated scenic 30A corridors. I mean, there's certain provisions, you get certain protections in a scenic corridor, but the restrictions don't make sense when they intersect Highway 98 up there.
But I've got another question, and that is, well, first of all, I'd like to know when we have a situation like Jay Oden is doing on 283, where he's got, he got it approved many years ago and kept getting it extended. He got it approved through court action, as I recall, but he, you know where I'm talking about?
Great and Grand.
Great and
Yes,
Grand.
sir.
Okay, he's got a condominium and hotel, and so he's got some units that are condominium units and some units that are hotel units. And the question is, if you call it a condominium, is it a condominium or is it a hotel? Unless you hang out a Hilton Hampton Inn sign, which obviously is not a popular thing around here.
Well, we have certain land use categories that restrict lodging to limited lodging, which is really a size limitation. In the particular case of Great and Grand, they have an existing development order that has not expired, so it would not apply to that particular development.
Okay, well, and I'm not asking for it to apply, but he's got, and I'm not saying that he's under or over any thresholds. I don't know how many units he's got, nor am I worried about it. But he's got hotel units and he's got condominium units.
I believe that's correct.
And I've planned and done condominium hotel units. We have one at Sandestin that we did. The Hilton's over 400 units, and there's another one on the bay that's 175 units that are condominiums, but they happen to function like hotels. So I just don't know if it's...
This would only apply to those land use categories where lodging is restricted to limited lodging. If lodging is a land use category within that land use district, and not limited lodging, such as along the US 98 corridor, then you would still be able to do lodging.
Okay.
It was only in a circumstance where limited lodging is the use that you're trying to do.
Okay.
The limited lodging is the hotel.
Yes, sir.
It's a hotel with limited services, I think. How is that defined?
Well, we've actually got a definition.
It's in the ordinance.
In motel or hotel with no more than 125 rooms, except in the Route 30A scenic corridor, which would be an inn of no more than 75 rooms. It can include full services such as supporting restaurant use.
Okay.
I still have the same.
And that would apply in the VMU land use category.
I'd like to spend a minute talking logic, and I'm sure there's a lot of things that are moving forward that I'm not privy to, but as I was sitting here in silence because I could not speak my heart, I did some calculations. The question is, why do you want this rule? And the answer is probably the mass of the building or whatever. Well, if you take a ordinary Hampton Inn type building, forget the front desk for the sake of calculations, a 75 unit building is 126 feet long. Okay, most single family houses are about 60 feet across on a 100-foot lot or whatever. Okay, if you add 50 more units, you make it another 84 feet long. That's using a 14-foot hotel module with rooms on both sides of the corridor. That gives you approximately a 210-foot building. if a developer was to build a 4-story condominium and put in 2-bedroom, 2 baths at 36-foot units on both sides of the hallway, the building ends up being 432 feet long. If it only goes on one side of the hallway, just guess how big it is. It's a very long building. So what I'm concerned about, when I drive to the Okaloosa County Airport, I go up and go down 20, and as I get to the bayou there, I see this little itsy bitsy Hampton Inn, really kind of funny. And that is an example of a 70, I suspect, I never have gone over and asked him, but I suspect about a 75-unit hotel. And I think it looks dopey. I mean, you got a big parking lot, whatever, and you got this little itty bitty hotel building, and somehow they afford to have a front desk clerk and get the maids in and get the rooms clean. Thanks to the U.S. Air Force, I suspect. But I am not offended by a 200-foot long building. I mean, we look at Edgewater, we look at some of the buildings on Big Redfish that were built a couple of years ago. Whatever, we got lots and lots of bigger buildings, and I don't know what's wrong with it's. If we were restricting franchises because we're afraid that we'll ruin our environment with the word Hampton Inn, as opposed to Tom Thumb and all the other things that we have that are franchises, that's one thing. But all we're doing is saying, instead of having a 126-foot building, a 210-foot building, we're shrinking it to 130 feet. So, big deal. Somebody help me out.
I think part of the problem and this concern that we heard in that one hearing is parking. I mean, and parking and road trips on 30A, traffic accessing 30A. That was one of the major concerns.
Okay, but parking, I mean, parking for a hotel, you typically, I forget what the county regulation is, but you do 1.1 or 1.1 plus the average number of shifts or whatever. So for a limited service hotel that is 125 units, you're going to end up with, maybe 150 parking spaces. But if you did this condominium that has 200 units, 2-bedroom units, you're going to have over 200 parking spaces. And everything in Walton County is a hotel. Everything in South Walton County is a hotel. We can fool ourselves all we want, but it is a hotel.
That's true.
In fact, at one public hearing, the chairman of the county commission actually went on record, probably shouldn't have, but he went on record saying that he thought there were 10,000 non-conforming units because everybody's renting out their garage apartment all over South Walton County. And that goes all over Seaside, all over Rosemary Beach, all over, I don't know about Alice Beach, but anyway, a lot of different places have a second rental unit on the same property. That really, really warps traffic numbers. But this little hotel, I think they're going to have a hard time surviving, so maybe we're doing them a favor. But I don't think that really solves any problems.
No, either.
My problem is with the location. If there's a public hue and outcry, we live in a democracy. I don't have a problem with limiting it to where the problem is. If there's a problem on 30A, if there's a traffic problem, and that's what the report states to us, is the logic behind this, that we got a traffic problem on 30A. Well, let's keep it to 30A then. I don't think it needs to be encroaching up the rest of the scenic corridor, up 383, 395 and stuff. Because even with the current language, it limits it to south of 98. Well, that still takes out the corners on the south side, on the 98 intersections where those all butt. Yep. So if the language could restrict it to just the problem, if it's going to be on 30A, I could vote for this. I mean, I don't have a problem with 125 rooms anyway, but I do have a problem. I really have a problem with the way this is written. I'd vote against it if we can't change it to being just on 30A. I mean,
let's say within 800 feet or 1,000 feet.
Well, I'd like to say 300 is something we use all the time. Contiguous, that's what it is on 98, the scenic corridor.
A scenic corridor goes back 400, I think.
400 feet.
400 feet.
Well, I'd go with 400 then.
Okay.
Mark, can I ask you a question, a legal question? Since I just want to be sure that we're not putting ourselves or the county in for another lawsuit. At the county commission meeting, when the Hampton Inn thing came up, and a commissioner went on record and said, well, we need to change the ordinance and we need to lower the amount of rooms, after it was already said there were 2 more hotels coming before us very quickly. Are we putting ourselves or the county in any jeopardy that soon as one hotel came and a commissioner says, well, we need to change it because there are 2 more coming? Are those 2 that are coming, are they going to come and say, you know, this was only done to stop our 2?
No, ma'am. They can only receive entitlements that are on the books on the day they apply. So if they have not applied and the ordinance has changed between now and the date they apply, they're stuck with the new ordinance, and there's no legal problem with that.
And they can actually vote pending ordinance doctrine and institute a flag right now that would keep them from making an application.
Yeah, we've actually once done that.
If I could, Commissioners, just to give you a little bit of history on this, until March 1, 2011, it was 75 units throughout the county, anywhere it said limited lodging in a entitlement under a land use category. With the EAR amendment, based on encouragement from the development community, as I recall specifically, and numerous public hearings as part of the EAR amendment workshop process, being able to put a branded flag on a limited lodging hotel, pretty much they were looking for 125 units as being the optimum operating efficiency size. That's where that came from.
Right.
Now, until the County Commission adopted an amendment to the Land Development Code some months ago, a year ago or so, to bring the Land Development Code into consistency with that provision in the comprehensive plan, it was still 125 units. We were bound by the most restrictive of the 2. It wasn't until we made the change to the Land Development Code to drop it to 75 units, to increase it to 125 units, could you do that in Walton County in VMU limited lodging? So this condition of 125 units for VMU limited lodging, I would suggest has existed for less than a year.
But
One of the 2 other hotels coming that we've already had application from that is presently tabled and will be advertised is limited lodging in VMU 300 feet from the proposed Hampton Inn site, and it's only 60 units. Now, it's part of a mixed-use development that has several other uses that are similar in size, but that limited lodging project on 30A, 300 feet from the redesign of Chateau 30A site, is 60 units. So it won't be affected at all by
So
this.
basically what we're stopping is flagships.
It won't stop hotels, and this one's not being proposed as a branded
No, what is
hotel.
it? Yeah, branded flagship hotels.
We have a number of limited lodging type hotels along 30A that are not flagship branded type hotels that operate very compatibly. But one of the concerns about limited lodging on 30A and in the 30A corridor was the additional traffic. We're a constrained facility. That roadway is not going to get any bigger. We're going to add some multimodal improvements to ideally take people out of cars and putting them into some other forms of transportation, maybe feet.
I'm not saying I'm not for it. I'm not saying I'm not for it. I just want to be sure we're not doing anything just to stop somebody that's on the books. So
No,
if
ma'am,
the ones on the books already that we know about are smaller, I don't have a problem.
I don't recall exactly how many units the
75
for the golf place. It's 60.
Golf place, I'm sorry, I believe that's
Golf
60.
place.
It's a project that's tabled right now.
But I think both of those fall within the 75. This change is not proposed for any project that we know about.
Okay.
Frank, I got a question. In the description of it, it says south of U.S. Highway. It doesn't say 98. I don't know if that needs to be in there. It says as depicted on map 13-2, but we don't have a copy of the map, so.
Yes, that is that corridor stops at Highway 98 there. For 283, it doesn't extend north of Highway 98.
Yeah, but it doesn't say Highway 98. It just says U.S. Highway. That's what was confusing.
That's
I knew
a typo.
which one they were talking about, but.
We'll fix that, but that particular map reference does graphically display.
Any other
it.
questions, comments?
I think David's, and I would support David's proposed amendment. I would like to say preclude scenic corridor 98, which actually goes 400 feet on either side. So if we worded it that way, that means you could actually have something on the corner of C38 and 98.
Yeah, I don't care how it goes, but just I don't want those two conflicting. I think we've targeted 98 as where we've got VMU as locations where they want commercial, and so we don't need to put another roadblock by inadvertently trying to do something else on some prime corners of the only connectors we have with Highway 98.
You gonna make a motion?
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the ordinance with a change to, let's see, remember section 26B, where it says, except in 30A scenic corridor which includes all properties located contiguous to or within 400 feet of C30A, strike the rest of it, and then pick up again where it says where limited lodging means an inn of no more than 75 rooms and can include full services such as supporting restaurant use. Change it there to reflect that, and the same thing on page 3 of 3, reflect that same change there.
Okay, before we actually vote on the motion, we didn't take public comment yet, so we need to do that.
Sorry.
We got ahead of ourselves. Anybody? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'd just like to make one.
Come up here and state your name and.
Danny Hornsby at Inlet Beach. Something you're missing out on if you just do the 400 feet, you're opening yourself up between 30A and the beach. If you don't limit south of 30A and 400 feet to the north.
Okay.
That's it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, in the corners of 38, the two corners that come up to 98.
Dean Burgess with Emerald Coast Associates. I just wanted to echo Tom Patton's earlier comments about if the objective is to reduce the massing of a building, we're going to have the potential for condominium buildings to be the same size. Condominiums typically generate a higher traffic volume. So I'm still trying to get my arms around the purpose for this, unless it's specifically to try to eliminate national flag hotels. And my point being that if the model doesn't work for a national flag hotel, it's not going to work for a boutique hotel. So if we want hotels on 30A, we may want to reconsider this ordinance. Just the national flags are probably a pretty good pattern to think about, that if it's going to be cost effective for a private developer and a boutique hotel to survive on 30A. I'd just like the board to consider that.
Thank you. Okay, now.
Points well taken. I mean, well, I don't know that I'd be swimming upstream to just vote no on it. So, one of the things before I go ahead with the motion again, what about Mr. Hornsby?
Close public hearing, yeah.
Mr. Hornsby brought up a good point. There are two ends of 30A where it actually contiguous to, and that would mean we would, on the west end, we could be getting into, because within 400 feet of where 30A comes in is some of the settlement area lands of St. Joe above on the north side. As you know, that big piece where Albertsons, and could be a hotel on that other side that could overlap and conflict. So one of the things I'd ask the commissioners to do in my motion, which I'll read and change, is that it stop within 400 feet of no matter what. We could change it that the 38 corridor stop 400 feet south of Highway 98 instead of the 400 feet that I was going to put in there. That way it would allow, in those areas that are VMU, in Inlet Beach and on the west end, and it wouldn't get us in a an illegal problem with St. Joe if they wanted to put a development on there or conflicts with the code. You know, it would keep the code from conflicting with other land uses up there.
But you know, the one problem I have with the 400 feet, and in most situations with a hotel it works because you take 2 modules and you run a parking lot around it, and that is your limited service hotel typical. So you got 64. But it's very easy to think about the fact that a hotel, to get it to work, could stick out 450 feet.
I can tell you that I owned both ends of 30A at one time, and neither of those parcels are that deep.
Okay, but the other thing is there's already been a hotel approved on the east end, on the southwest corner of the east end of C38.
Right.
We approved that sitting here, it wasn't very big. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
Well, how I would amend the motion is to accept the motion as written with the change that it be except in the 30A scenic corridor, which includes all properties contiguous to, except where it's within 400 feet of US Highway 98. So that would be any part of the scenic corridor.
Down, all the way.
So everything
all the
south
way.
of the scenic corridor.
Everything 400 feet south, yeah.
Yeah.
Is the language I'm trying to get. I mean, I don't care if the idea is to bring it all the way up 395 and 383 within 400 feet of 98, so it stops. That would be the language I'd try to achieve, so you don't have any overlap with stuff that can be done on the scenic corridor 98.
If I could offer some clarifying language.
Sure.
Could the exception be those parcels that are within the US 98 scenic corridor?
That's what I said.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
And that maybe simplified a little bit?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mac.
Senator more authorities.
Yeah, that.
The voice
Well,
of
sorry,
reason.
I'm just not
Can
listening.
you read the motion that you have?
No, because she doesn't know either.
Now,
Just
make a
do it.
suggestion. Dave,
Yeah.
if you're amenable to that, why don't you withdraw your motion and restate it?
I'll withdraw the motion and restate it.
Thank you.
The motion is to accept be accept in the 30A scenic corridor, which includes all properties not located in the scenic Highway 98 corridor. Highway 393. And then the rest of the ordinance can stand if you just add that in there.
Page 3 has to be.
Thank you, Mac.
I second.
I think you should just set no flash.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I just don't think we stopped the vote.
Okay, we got two.
Okay, 2 opposed.
No, I like the amendment, but
Motion carries. We're going to take another 5-minute break and come back for the
You two were voting
quasi-judicial.
no, I'd have shot against it too.
I'm not gonna have time to drive that.
I would have voted louder no.
I didn't like it.
You ready, Karen?
Oh, yeah.
We can call the meeting back to order. Move on to the quasi-judicial items. Mark?
Yes, sir. Anyone who anticipates testifying or speaking before the board on any matter on the quasi-judicial docket, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give before this board will be the truth? Thank you. Commissioner, have you had any ex parte contact from anyone regarding any matter on the quasi-judicial?
I do, Mark, on item number 11. I have property within 300 feet of that particular project, and in looking at it, I have no problems with it.
Okay. So it wouldn't affect your ability to
It will
vote?
not affect my ability to vote on it.
And is there any objections to any notices for tonight's meeting as published? Hearing none, Mr. Chairman, it's all yours.
Matthew, we'll get started with number 6.
Yes, sir. This is the Winston Townhomes. This is a development project submitted by Emerald Coast Associates requesting approval to construct 4 multifamily units on approximately 1/2 acre with the future land use of neighborhood infill. This proposal is subject to BCC approval of the large-scale amendment, so it is moving forward conditioned upon the large-scale amendment amending the Inlet Beach neighborhood plan being adopted by the county commission. Now, introduce the agent, Dean Burgess, to present the project.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dean Burgess with Emerald Coast Associates. Mac did a good job of introducing the project. It's very simple, 4 townhome units on half acre. It's located at the northeast corner of Winston Lane and County Road 30A, immediately east of Rosemary Beach. If the board had any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
You say townhouse, but they're not contiguous, or they are contiguous?
They are contiguous, but it won't be platted as a condominium just because they go all the way to the ground.
Is there any abandonment attached to this?
No, ma'am.
What's on the grading and drainage, there's a 30.5 showing between the units. Is the ground floor elevated in such a way that they're not touching, it's open underneath or something?
No, what that's depicting is we're utilizing the front area of the property as a retention basin.
Yeah.
That also is subject to preservation requirements also. So basically what we're doing is between those units, we're telling the contractor just to make sure that it's at elevation, what elevation to put it at, so it holds stormwater.
Okay, so it'll be one building, really?
It will appear like one building.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll open the public portion. I have one person signed up to speak, and that is Shane Odom.
We're good.
You good? You're the man.
We like you.
Well, anybody else have anything for the public to say? Yes, sir. I only got one here. You may have signed up and it's not here. But if you want to speak, you can.
Yes, sir.
Were you sworn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Danny Hornsby, 202 Inlet Beach. The 4-unit yield per half acre does not fit with the Inlet Beach Comprehensive Plan, which is basically, it's 1 unit per quarter acre, 4 units per acre. And he's wanting to put 4 units on a half acre.
Okay. Mac?
That's all.
Is that right?
The
Oh, I
Inlet
see.
Beach
Point oh
traditional
five.
neighborhood plan request was for residential at 8 units per acre.
You said there'd be a feasibility study in with this?
Compatibility.
Compatibility analysis, yeah.
Yes.
Sir. Is there one in here? I don't think I have one in my package. Anybody got a
think it is.
compatibility analysis that I missed?
I didn't have one.
We didn't get a compatibility analysis. Basically, my question was going to be, can you show me the densities on the adjacent properties?
I recall them from the analysis to the
But
north.
the approved zoning is not subject to 1, 2, 3 to 8. It is 8 per acre, right?
Within the Inlet Beach neighborhood plan, yes, sir. But because the underlying land use category is infill, we prepared a compatibility analysis. As a component of that compatibility analysis, of course, you have Rosemary Beach, particularly their maintenance area is immediately to the west of us. Beyond that is their commercial center and their commercial components are beyond that. To the east of this property is the the mixed use project that was approved a year or so ago. Includes, I believe, a hotel, restaurants. It's got commercial and residential hotel mixed on it. To the south of us is lower density, probably on the order of 2 to 3 units per acre. Our compatibility analysis concluded that this provides a transition between the higher intensity of Rosemary Beach and their commercial elements, and to the east of us, the commercial and hotel uses. Staff agreed with that in the staff report that the compatibility analysis was agreed with.
Are you saying that the hotel site is immediately east of you, or is there a lot in between? I didn't remember taking.
It is immediately east of us.
Okay, and you really have the tennis courts to the west.
Yeah, the tennis courts and their maintenance, they have a maintenance building there also, and then beyond that is the town center of Rosemary Beach.
And what is the density of the Winston Lane that's just north of there, or the buildings just north of Winston?
Those are, I believe they're townhome units, or it was a PUD, but they're right at 8 units per acre.
And what is the square footage of the proposed units, do you know?
These particular units, offhand I don't recall, but they're on the order of 2,500 square feet.
Because you could have some very elegant townhouses, and some townhouses look better than single-family houses.
And that, of course, was the intent here with the amount that they paid for it back in 2007. They've got to build something nice to recoup their money.
You have balconies overlooking 30A and your parking's in the rear, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I think that's a good point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Close the public hearing.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Did you hear who they were?
If I could offer a condition that it's subject to BCC approval of the large-scale amendment that came before it earlier in the meeting.
Right.
Yeah, it has to.
Yeah, subject to BCC approval of the land use amendment.
Did you get that, Karen?
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 7, Commissioners, is the Millington and Comer abandonment. This is a proposed abandonment of a 33-foot government patent easement along the north side of 2 adjoining parcels submitted by Daniel Ufelder. The project's located at 66 Emerald Cove Lane and 74 Emerald Cove Lane. And I'll introduce Mr. Ufelder to present his project.
Good evening. Yes, this is two property owners that have a 33-foot right-of-way easement that immediately adjoins another right-of-way easement that's already been abandoned. So they're just simply trying to have the property abandoned that's consistent with their neighbors. And it's in the Inlet Beach, and it's got in 1984 and 1999, their neighboring parcels had the 33-foot right-of-way abandoned. This would just simply make it consistent with their neighboring parcels. We've gone through this process, and it appears that there has not been any. We have been not notified of any objections by any of the neighbors.
Can you show us the previously abandoned?
If you look right, I brought actually. It's not part of the.
I don't have anything in my package that shows the.
I brought that with me if you want.
Previously abandoned.
I brought 6 copies. There was one that immediately.
It looks like there's a building inside the area to be abandoned.
Yep. No.
It's not a building.
And fences.
I brought maps of the previously abandoned parcels for each of you if you want.
Are the properties that were, the abandonment that you're talking about, is it to the east or west?
East, yes.
To the east?
Yeah, and I've got copies if you'd like those.
And
Daniel, you want the commission to consider this as evidence?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And then I've got the, that's the Shealy property, and then I've got the Dismuke property that is immediately east of that particular property.
so all the, what you're saying, Mr. Ufelder?
Yes, sir.
All the properties that are east of your property that are bordering the south side of Emerald Cove Lane have been abandoned to its intersection with South Walton Lakeshore?
Yeah, the 33 feet north of those adjacent parcels have been abandoned up to the Emerald Cove Lane.
On either side, Daniel, I just looking.
There's our 2 parcels are the 2 there on the east side, and there's the Shealy property. I've given you copies of the, and then I've got the disputes.
Where are you getting that?
Let me, I think, because I think we're all confused, just to make sure we're all clear. The parcel that's been previously, or the two parcels that have been previously abandoned, are they on either side of the two parcels you're
They're
talking about?
both on the east.
Are they both on the east side?
Right.
But it only shows one parcel there. I guess that's what we're confused.
Is this the same as this?
Do you have copies of those abandonment orders?
Yeah, I do.
These two here, these two here.
That'd have been good for evidence.
So what's being abandoned, this area out here?
The north portion. I don't know which one you're looking at, but these are the also. Okay, so there's the red, the two boxes that are the black box part on top of the north part of the parcel, 33.
That's what you're seeking to have abandoned?
Correct.
Okay.
But there still is a road going through there with access to these houses on the north side.
Oh, yes, yes.
So you're taking half the road?
The right-of-way, there's a right-of-way easement, the 33 feet south portion of the road, which has already been abandoned all along, but yet it's just the 33 feet south portion of that road.
So everything to the east of these
It's already been
has already been
It's
abandoned?
already
Yes.
been
Was
there.
it the same size?
Yeah, 33 feet.
But we don't have any evidence of that.
Yeah, Mac, didn't we abandon some of that before? It
I have the
seemed like we'd already abandoned part of that previously.
I've introduced one resolution, and I've got the second. This was in 1984. This was
Are they in our tabs by any chance?
I did not put those in, they're referenced as part of the application, but I
Do you have them you can present the evidence?
Yes.
Please do.
Okay. I previously introduced the 1999 resolution, and I think Mr. Davis.
Yeah,
Okay, this is the first one here.
Yeah, for purposes of the
That he
record,
gave
I-
us.
That's the Shealy, that's right immediately
Yeah.
adjacent. And that,
Is this all the same?
And the other one's the same, it's just the next parcel over?
right, and I have that.
And when was that abandoned?
1984.
84? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just for purposes of the record, the first one, the 84 resolution would be Exhibit A.
Okay.
for the petitioner. The second would be Exhibit B.
Okay, very good.
What's the date of the
Well,
second?
actually, 1999 one was the first one.
Okay, 99 would be Exhibit A.
That's the one immediately
84.
east of
Yeah, that's
Mr.
this
Comer's property.
Right.
And
We'd
this is
already abandoned this
the 84 disputes, which is the next one over.
Right.
This
Do you have a copy of
this is all
that?
part of
Yeah.
it.
Okay. The record will reflect that you have presented both abandonment orders from the other two parcels.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
You and I can mix it.
Used to.
Yes, so we've contacted neighbors, we've publicized, and I haven't gotten any objections from anyone that we've gone through, and there's been no indication that there's any issues, and my clients simply want to have their
Can
property.
you speak into the microphone? You talk really fast.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, they simply want to have their abandonment approved based on being consistent with the neighboring parcels. We've gone through the process, and we haven't received any objections at this point. And if there's any further questions, Mr. Comer's here with me, and we'd be happy to.
Matt, we
answer.
didn't have anything from the county objection to this, did we?
Yeah.
We're able to share one microphone. We have the standard objection from Public Works about abandoning any public right-of-way that might possibly be used for roadway or
always do.
drainage purposes.
Yeah, they always do. Yeah.
Well, what kind of a street is this that we got, it looks like it's paved on one side and paved on the other side, and then it's kind of a void in the middle there. Is this not a street?
If you're looking where the pavers are,
I'm looking at this last exhibit, the last couple things you gave us. We've got, it looks like we've got some semblance of a road, and then the road stops, and then the road picks back
yeah,
up.
I think that's all Emerald Cove Lane, and I think a portion of that has pavers on it. If you look in on the color photograph, but it's all the same road.
The paver stopped one property east of you?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, yes, sir.
And so they're going to end up with a remaining right-of-way of 33 feet?
Yeah, yes, sir. And the rest of Inlet Beach, from what I understand, is all all these roads are 33 feet wide, so this would be
The right of way or the road?
the road part, yeah. We're just taking, the right of way, I'm sorry, yeah, and it's all 33 feet throughout Inlet Beach, so we're just getting that right of way portion, I think that's all that's being done.
Well, looking at West Park Place Avenue, it looks to me like that's 66 feet, just looking at this GIS map or whatever you pulled this from.
It's just the beach road down there.
I see lots of 66-foot road.
This can't be 66 feet because part of it's
Already been
It's
abandoned.
already been abandoned.
It's already been, yeah, it's only about 2 years ago.
That was in this folder, I guess it probably needs to be presented.
Commissioners, this originally was a 66-foot right-of-way, 33 feet on either side of the east-west common property line of these lots. The roadway's been largely constructed in the north 33 feet on this particular street.
And it has been abandoned the rest of the way down.
And it has been abandoned to the east.
We did that about 2 years ago.
Okay.
As far as the south 33 feet of that total 66.
Any other questions of the applicant?
Nope.
Not right now, thank you. We'll open the public portion of the hearing. Ray Hanna.
My name's Ray Hanna, H-A-N-N-A-H.
Ray, were you sworn in?
Yes, it was. My property borders the north side of these two properties in question. And my concern is that if this property gets abandoned, then any kind of public works or infrastructure projects that need to take place will have to take place on my property. I'm sensitive to that fact because even though it's just a dirt road, that road is almost entirely on my property already. A small portion of it is on the two properties in question. And it just makes me sensitive to the fact that everything would have to come my way. One other point is that, I didn't even know what abandonments were until I got this letter. I looked it up and on the county website, and also noticed that these properties get abandoned if they really aren't being used. In this case, these properties are being used and they're being maintained by the county. So I'm kind of wondering how, what the basis would be to abandon property that's actually being used.
What's it being used for?
It's a road. That dirt road that you see it encompasses mainly my property, but it also infringes a little bit on the two properties in question, just slightly.
So the whole 66-foot easement, most of what's used of that easement is on your side of it.
Yes, sir.
But not all.
But not all.
But
These
it's not
roads,
on
I'm
your
sorry.
property, is it? It's not on your personal property.
The road is on my property, on my side of the property line, the lot line.
But it's within the easement.
Is it? I'm sorry?
But it's within the easement.
Within the easement.
Oh, yes, it's within the easement, and I respect the public's responsibility to have easements. I understand that completely. What I'd like to do is try to share it a little more equitably between the county and my neighbors. If something like this would go through, I really don't want it to go through because I'm really afraid that everything will end up being just pushed onto my side even more.
That's exactly what would happen.
That's exactly.
Was it not there now? Where is the road now that they're using? Is it?
The road is, I don't know the best way to show it to you, but it's, you see the two shaded in red areas?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those two shaded in areas, if you go just north of that, that is the road.
Okay.
And it encompasses a part of those two lots also, just slightly, but it does encompass part of those lots. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you go to the west side, that's just a continuation of Emerald Cove Lane, and it's not a standard road, it's just a dirt road. I don't have a problem with the road.
Is there any beach access down there?
No, sir. Oh, well, the public park is right beside us. So.
On which side?
The west side. The west side of,
So that
Emerald
road
Cove
is
Lane
used,
North.
that road is used to get to the public beach access?
That, it can be used for that, but it's also used just to access our whole neighborhood. There's a lot of construction going on around there right now, and it's actually a pinch point at that curve where it goes, runs north and south, and then goes to the east.
Right.
That corner is a real pinch point, and it's encumbered because the county actually can't build out the road any further to the south.
There's another lot over there.
Right. My concern would be if that's county property, it could be used for a public beach access. Why would we give, no?
That's not what we're giving up.
Well, I understand that, but you're getting up the easement leading up to that.
I think what you're saying is if there has to be any, if it's ever paved and there has to be any work done to that road, it'll all be done on your side of the road.
That's my
And this person will get no road work done. Everything that happens to that road will be on your side because we abandoned his side, right?
Yes, I'd like for the county to hold on to that so that that the county would have the flexibility to place any kind of public work or infrastructure projects where they see fit and not just, I feel like I'm taking the load already in that corner of the neighborhood, and I just, I'm worried I'm going to have to take some more of the
Sooner
public
or
works
later, as
load.
we grow, everything here's got to have infrastructure.
Right.
As you see, everything here is
Yes.
for building. Okay. Yep. Top hat.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Mr. Developer down there.
Betty? John? Shane Odom?
I'm gonna let her take care of it.
All right, I am Diana Hanna, and I'm going to do the sloppy seconds here.
Diana, I'm sorry, spell your last name.
Hannah, H-A-N-N-A-H. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I've never been to one of these, and after a
Have you been
9-hour
sworn,
drive.
Diana?
Yes, we both were back there.
Okay.
Okay. To clarify things, yes, there is a planned beach access there. This is public property. According to the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan, Section 3, Primary Uses and Mix, 3.1, Public Use, 3.1.1, Beaches and Shore Accesses, 3.1.1.5, Emerald Cove Drive. And that's this entire piece, this L shape there, is one piece of property. What they want to do is break it up, take two pieces, give them to two property owners who want them, and leave a piece left. And my concern would be also, besides my personal concern, I have the property that all this infrastructure and everything is now on, is would you want to give up public property in a planning process that hadn't even started for beach access, kind of limiting yourself at that point? That would be the public concern for my neighbors and why I'm here. I am here also more personally because, like my husband said, it's our property that this road is mostly on. If you look at your boundary survey, the two pieces of parcels that they want given to them is stuff that they have encumbered through life. They have put carports, fences, landscape, sheds. It's all been through life with no resistance moving out. And they want it. That's the reasoning. It has all not been given, like said, to the neighbors. Right next to the Sheely one they're talking about is Inlet Beach Cottages. And I don't know if Shane or someone wants to speak to that, but Inlet Beach Cottages, they didn't give it up. It's a subdivision. They redivided all their land so they could get some properties on the water, and then they have their common properties, which is what they all pay for. Not the people on my side of the road or have the road are not paying their property taxes to support everything. It is shared as common property. And Shane can correct me if I'm wrong.
So I find fallacies all over this. Besides the fact that I'm paying the taxes to support this, and the reason I'm finding they want it is they want it. You know? I mean, and this is public property that everyone is paying their taxes for, and I, as a property owner, am paying the taxes for the roads for them to drive over to get there. And if I foresee right now any kind of changes, anything that happens, it's all going to be on our property because they have no choice. You give away this piece of public property, they have no choice but to put everything on mine, which it is now anyhow, but there will be no choice to ever correct it. And because things have been done at a couple places on that road previously in history, there's no reason in my mind to keep this travesty going and keep the property, if not all, on one person's property to pay for it. With that, I believe that they're sectioning it also because not only have they encumbered those two pieces in front of them, but there's also that shed, landscaping, trees, irrigation. I mean, they're not even going after that. It's that far over what they're even asking for. And I have any questions, I'm willing to answer.
Questions? I don't think so.
I have one.
Go ahead.
You just mentioned the shed property. I was going to put this to the petitioner, but I'll ask you. The property is Emerald Cove Lane that runs north and south from 30A, turns from West Park Place to Emerald Coast before it makes the 90-degree turn and heads east. That easement going down there, does that continue down to the Gulf?
Yes, it does, 33.5 feet. And they show it here, it does. That easement is on the side there, yes.
I'm just asking.
Yes,
and,
I'm sorry.
Is it your contention that that shed is in that 33-foot easement?
Yes, it is. Not even in the piece in front of their property that they're asking for now, that all this other stuff is either.
And do you know whose shed that is in the
Yes, it's the
33-foot
Millingtons.
county easement?
Pardon? It's the Millingtons, one of the property owners here asking, yes.
All right, and do you know from your experience, I don't know where you live, where...
I'm that corner lot that the road is on all the way around there. Okay. Plus I have the property next to it, the house next to it. I am that side of the road over there.
Ms. Hanna, let me ask you a question.
Or the road, however you want to look at it. I'm sorry.
Is your property serviced by regional utilities?
Is it serviced by utilities? Yes.
By regional utilities, water and sewer lines?
Yes.
And do you know where the water and sewer lines service your property from?
Yes.
And could you tell me where they come from? They come from the north, down Emerald Coast Lane?
I believe they come from the west, don't they? Is that your way, the sewer and water? Doesn't that come from the west as it comes across? It comes through
cottages? Or does it come up from the east and is a dead-end line there? I'm just trying to decide.
Yeah, there is a sewer past this road in the property of the...
I'm talking about where your service comes from.
I know
I'll get to the petitioner in a minute.
An underground sewer line.
Mm-hmm. It's along the property.
That comes along, goes east to west, and then it makes the turn, and it goes north up in the
It comes up, it originates at South Walton Lakeshore Drive and goes east.
So I couldn't tell you where it originates.
Okay, but it makes...
we have a sewer trunk in there.
And it comes north and south and east and west in front of you?
Yes.
In the 33-foot easement, or is it...
It's within I would say so. Yes.
You wouldn't think it would be in the 33-foot easement that the petitioners are asking to be in then? You think that...
Well, they do have their sewer and water going across to them on this property that does not belong to them.
Up here.
They're on...
Let's let them finish, then we'll let them answer, okay?
Okay, and then one other question. No, that's it. That's the three I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Also, I have one last thing which is immaterial because I had enough neighbors tell me. I never got a certified mail return receipt request on this, and I am the most contiguous piece of property there. But it's not that I didn't know about it, because I have enough photos from my neighbors to fill a photo album of the sign and stuff. So.
Okay. But you're saying you weren't, sir? You weren't?
I got one in the mail. It was delivered via regular mail April 2nd. And if you go through your records, you'll see nothing was ever delivered to me via certified mail return receipt. And I'm the most affected piece of property there. That's
all right.
Either oversight or something, I don't know, but
thank you. Would you like to respond to that?
Mr. Chairman, are there any other public comments?
Oh, just a second. Are there any other public comments? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
The first thing he said was that there were no opposing.
What was your name?
Oh, Mary Jane Gleason, Gleeson.
Were you sworn in?
Yes, well, I stood up with everybody else.
She can wait a long time.
The first thing he said was that there were no neighbors that had any kind of objection. Well, that's not true, because there's really quite a few of us here tonight, because we do have the objection. We have someone that flew in from Oklahoma, someone who's trying to fly in from St. Louis. We came down from Atlanta. The Hannas just drove 9 hours from South Carolina. So it really means a lot to a lot of people. One of the biggest objections right now is this all started when the cottages at Inlet Beach closed off their beach access. It's theirs, they can do whatever they want. But it caused people to go one side or the other. There's a public, it's in the long-term plan to put a beach access there. So, but once they cut off, if Cottages of Inlet Beach is a gated community and they gate that road, you'll only, as it was before, it didn't connect, you'll only be able to go out this way and you go out this way, because this is going to be connected. And there'll be no way, and this is for service trucks and everything else. I have, I don't know who Tim Brown is, but he said that he was going to give the letter from Richard Napier. He was going to present it tonight.
We have it.
One of the big things was that really got most people going was they put this trailer in front of the property, and there's chairs piled right here. Now it's like a 20-foot trailer, and if you look here, the sign's behind here. It's been obstructed. That's just not fair.
Ms. Gleason, how long has that trailer been there?
The only reason I even noticed it was there was a trailer there and there's some construction going on. The trailer was there for, I think, 4 nights.
And how long had the sign been up prior to the trailer being?
No, the trailer went in, the sign went in the next day. And the trailer was empty because I walked that way with my dog and there was no sign. And the next day I came and the trailer had these blue chairs right there. And I'm like, because originally I was like feeling offended for them that I thought the construction site over here was parking their trailer in front of someone's home. Then I looked, I went around it, and the trailer, I went around the chairs, and there was a sign. The sign that was not there the day before, because you would have been able to see it.
Thank you.
You have Richard's letter right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then there's another one, another of my neighbors who also has he also sent it in, but he sent it in perhaps late, tax counted. I could read it here if you'd like.
You need to ask the chairman.
Once
You can't read somebody else's letter.
Yeah, you can't read someone else's letter.
Well, then can I
Mark,
submit it for you?
I have a copy of it.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
You want to make this part of the record?
Yes, please.
We'll just pass it.
In summary, it's one of your neighbors, the letter?
Yes, he doesn't want it. Doesn't want it abandoned. I have another neighbor here who, if she wants to come up, she's also flew in from Oklahoma.
Well, when you get done, if she wants to speak, she's more than welcome to.
Okay.
That was in there.
I can't read someone else's letter, but there's another person. Do you have it from Randy Brown?
Unless it's in your package.
It should be.
Randy Brown.
Why are they in such a hurry to give away property anyway?
He doesn't object to it.
I didn't know that they were in a hurry to get rid of the property. Someone just asked for it, which is part of the process, so we're going through.
Right, that's all.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Okay. According to Mr. Tim, we did not receive a letter from Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
We did not receive a letter from Mr. Brown.
Okay.
But it can still be submitted for the Board of County Commissioners. This is just round one.
Right.
There's 2 rounds. You need to do everything all over again.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, good.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public wish to be heard? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the hearing and ask the applicant if you want to respond.
First of all, yeah, in terms of the notice, I've got a copy of the certified mail that I sent to Ms. Hannah. I don't know. I have a certified mail receipt that we paid to it. I don't control the post office, but we did send it to her. You're here. You have. We sent it out. We sent it out timely. We sent it to everybody. When I said they didn't have any objections, we did not receive any phone calls or anyone approach us about any objections. We got a notice from the Inlet Beach Association or the Neighborhood Historic Association, and they appeared to support it. Ms. Letcher, I believe, she supported it. This is the first in terms of neighborly communication. My number was on here. They could have called. They could have said we didn't get a letter. In terms of the sign, again, I don't control the post office, and I don't control who puts things in front. There was no conspiracy here to put something in front of the sign. That was put where it was supposed to be, between the two pieces of property. There was no attempt to evade notice. We sent out all the required notices. In terms of the issue with the beach access, I don't think that has anything to do with this. Has not any effect to the beach access whatsoever. In terms of the competing, this property is not being used by in any sense of the word. I mean, it's being used. Mr. Comer can testify if need be that there's no utility trucks, there's no county use of this property. As you can see from the map, it actually includes a large portion. It's got part of this property is on the abandonment, and there's been no attempt by any of the neighbors to say, well, you're on the county property, you need to move it. This is simply an attempt to have it consistent with their neighbors. There's no attempt to it's not a land grab, it's not an attempt to affect an easement, it's not an attempt to affect their neighbors. I mean, it's simply to be consistent with the neighboring parcels. And we're frankly taken a little back that none of these people felt like the need to to contact us to voice their objections, because we could have dealt with a lot of this misinformation that's been given to you all. And Mr. Comer, he's how long he's had this property?
If I might speak for you just a minute.
What's your name, sir?
Frank Comer, spelled C-O-M-E-R.
And you were sworn in?
Actually, no, sir, I was not.
Mark.
Wait for the attorney to come back and swear you in before you can talk, okay?
Okay.
Can't we swear him in without the attorney? You got that language,
Yeah.
don't you? You promise to tell the whole of the truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
So help you God.
So help you God?
So help you God.
Sworn in.
She's got it on record.
All right. The Millingtons and I have owned this property since the mid-'70s. We were there when there was nothing there. And there was nothing. It was just those three houses were there. None of this development was there. And we've been good tax-paying citizens for a long time. You asked the question about regional utilities. Regional utilities is not in there. It's the Inlet Beach Water actually owns those utilities and actually owns the sewer lines and that sort of thing that are in there. And yes, they're not on this 33 feet. They're on the other side. They're in the middle of the road that goes down through there. The Wise property was the one that came in and actually developed all of that where the pavers are. In front of our house, it's always been dirt. As a matter of fact, Mr. Millington and I have paid to have dirt brought in, and we've maintained that road for years and years and years and years and years before the county even came in to accept it. The county has done very little in that road. We've always maintained it and always done it. One thing I would like to point out by the group of Mr. and Mrs. Hannah, they do own the property across the street that they had just purchased. They're interested in developing that property, and they're interested in having a walkover for their renters to come through and have access to the beach. And they put up a lot of fight about that.
Do you have some objection to that?
I don't have an objection to that, and it's fine if they develop, just as others have developed, up and down the street there as well. But their whole issue in trying to stop us from, I guess, having this property in front of us, just like all the rest of the neighbors down the street is that they want it in order to build beach access for their people that are going to be renting from them. Now they're having to walk around and go through the state park. It's real inconvenience to them, and their renters don't like it, and so they.
Well, it is a county. The Millingtons have a shed on that property, to your knowledge?
It does have a building on that property. Mr. Millington has talked. Oh, sure.
In that, the Millingtons could not be here, and I spoke with him about that, and I said, he told me, and he said that the county approached him about a year ago, and he said to them, and they told him that there was no problem having that. He told me today, if it needs to come down, he'll take it down tomorrow. So he's not here to say that, but if that's an issue, he'd be happy to take it down tomorrow. So.
Yeah, and he's has indicated that would not be a problem, and then the county's already put up an actual fence to block the access by the renters that are in their property that are walking over those dunes. They walked over it so much that they had to put a fence there in order to stop them. So, we want to be good neighbors, and we've always been good neighbors for everybody down here. I've served on the water board for 10 years there. I drove down from Columbus, Georgia numerous times in order to work on that board and sort of thing. But we feel like that everybody else on that street has received the property. We petitioned for it once a long time ago. It was denied because of the fact that the county trucks, garbage trucks, had nowhere to turn around because that street did not go through. Now it goes through. The trucks come through there, pick up the garbage, and keep right on going.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Public meeting's closed. Staff, you have anything else to add?
I have a couple of questions of staff, if you would,
Okay.
Matt. Do you guys get a picture and affidavits of the sign and notices from the applicant?
We have the notices in file, and we're required to get an affidavit of sign posting.
Mm-hmm. You guys have those?
And we're satisfied that those notices were sent out correctly.
They
Sign
send
was
you
posted.
they send you pictures of the sign posted?
Yeah. And the affidavit does indicate that Ms. Hannah, or the Hannah couple, were mailed a certified letter, but it was.
Did you get a receipt?
We do not have a receipt for it.
They don't ask for return
He's
receipt
got
request?
one.
Yes. Now, they have the mailing receipt. We don't have the green card back.
They don't submit them to you?
Yes, they do.
They
But
didn't-
we don't
they
have the
didn't
green
sign
card
the
back
thing
on that
saying
one.
they got it. They don't have the thing signed saying they received it.
That's not the applicant's
have a signed
fault.
receipt.
That's not his fault.
And there's no requirement for a receipt that they actually received it. What we have is a requirement, an affidavit and evidence that they actually mailed it.
Mailed it, that's all. That's all. That's all it has to do is be mailed.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Motions?
I move for approval.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Sally and a second by Tom Terrell to approve.
Now, with the beach access, Mr. Hannah said that some of the road was coming over off of his property onto their property and so on. I feel really, and it appears that they've encroached into the easement, therefore that's one of the reasons why they want to abandon it, is they got physical improvements on the thing. But I think it's a darn shame to give the whole thing back. We don't have to do it in 33-foot increments. We could give them the south 10 feet or 15 feet so they can get their physical improvements on their own out of the easement. But with that beach access there and the potential loading on that and so on, I just think, and Tom Terrell's policy of never granting a vacation, an abandonment, I think this is just a really, there's a lot of things about this that don't feel good.
We abandoned ones to the east of that previously.
Yeah, but we got a beach access here. We got a beach access. Maybe it's eroding, maybe it needs to be improved by the TDC. But basically, we got a beach access. We got people that are built inside the right of way. And I just have some real reservations. And we hear things are on the property or not on the property. Nobody gave us a survey. And the utility lines being under the road, if the road's ever improved, you don't put your water line, at least I don't put my water line typically under the road once it's been paved. If it's a dirt road, it's a different story. Same thing with the force main. So you know, I'm real nervous about a road that is only 33 foot right of way that isn't totally organized and approved and really, really put together. Even then, it's tough.
I agree. How much county property is there at that point? Is there an access?
33 feet.
Is there a proposed access to the beach?
There's a 33-foot access that runs north and south to the west of these two lots that is not subject to the abandonment request. It's not presently open, and I can't tell you if the TDC has any plans to open that. But it is beach access to the west of the Millington lot, and we have comprehensive plan policies that essentially point us in the direction of promoting beach access to the public as opposed to restricting beach access.
If the county were to want to improve that beach access, what would they, I mean, can that easement ever be used for anything other than utilities?
Access and utilities, I think, is the designation on that government patent easement.
Is what?
Access and utilities, and access would include parking.
Yeah. It would include parking?
Yes, sir.
That was my question.
Well, it's a real son of a gun to get cars parked in 33 feet.
Yeah, it could be used for an access to the beach.
Right.
As bad as we need beach access, as bad as we need more public, can a fire truck
The public hearing is closed, so you won't be allowed to speak, okay?
Can a fire truck get down and make a turn if the TDC does make that a beach access? Can a fire truck get down if we abandon those 33 feet and get somebody and get out?
It's real tough. It's real tough to go. I mean, you can get a turn to work, but to turn into a 33-foot easement, obviously, typically you typically have a 25-foot radius as a minimum, and so it's really hard to get a 25-foot radius to work. Although you could do it off a 66-foot right away, I think, but this just doesn't feel good, in my opinion. It just there's too many things out there.
It doesn't to me either.
That's.
Who owns the property to the west of that beach access?
County.
We do.
It's a park.
It's a park.
County.
It's county park.
17 acres, I think.
Call for the question.
We have a call for the question. All in favor of the motion, say
Can we read
aye.
the motion again?
The motion is just to call for the question.
No, before that, we'd like to hear the motion that we're calling
Don't you have to
for.
vote to call for the question?
No. The motion was for approval.
Okay.
So we have a call for the question. So all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? No.
Aye.
No.
Aye. Three.
3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4. Okay, 4. You voted against
I
it?
voted against
Oh,
it.
okay. I didn't see your vote.
Yeah.
Are you good? Let's do this just so that she can make sure it's clear. Raise your hand if you voted nay. There we go. You got it. Thank you.
So the motion fails. And we are at 9 o'clock.
Thank God.
Huh?
Thank God. I hadn't had lunch or
Mark,
breakfast.
we need to set a time to continue the
The
meeting.
most
I
important
don't
thing.
think you got those in order.
No.
Lunch or breakfast.
What we need to do, because we have projects that are scheduled for tonight that we're not going to complete, is we'll need a motion to continue those to the next regularly scheduled meeting, which would be in May.
Which will be May 14th.
May 14th. And you can do one motion for each of the, into
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Well, the motion is to move the remainder of the items on the agenda to the next regularly scheduled meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The motion should be that they be first on the agenda, too.
Yeah, that should be.
And we will put them first.
Thank you all. A lot of hard work.
Oh, yeah, so don't forget now, they got that thing set up for the 4th for us.
Nice, you get to carry a little
For me.
suitcase around with you. You got your nightie and spaghetti in there in case you drive and you don't remember it.
No, just yeah. I don't sleep in the night, so what would it matter?
Well, thanks for that visual.